What is up? How's it going, everyone? Happy Valentine's Day. Jim, with you here today. I'm going to throw on some music. I think today is a good day for ambient. Ambient, that seems Valentine's Day, right? Let's see here. What we got? How's everyone doing? Xavier, how's it going, man? Oh yeah, that's nice and moody. I got my I'm all set for Valentine's Day. Hey guys, how's it going? So check this out. I got my heartbroken pink shirt on just for you guys. I'm not actually heartbroken, but makes me feel good. How am I doing? I'm actually doing really well. Thank you for asking. I'm just gonna throw my headphones on here. I got some fun things for you guys today. Let's see here. Corbs, how's it going? Darth Sparta, how's it going? Happy Valentine's stream. All right, what do we got? I didn't iron this shirt. Oh god. Sweet Tombo, welcome to the stream, man. Darth Sparta, how's it going? How's the would be helpful if my my thing was plugged in. The reason I listen to it on my headphones is because I'm always worried that I'm gonna get it's gonna pick up on my mic, but that's why I listen to it on my headphones. You know what? This is Valentine's Day. I think we should adjust the lighting. Let's go to love. Love theme. Oh yeah, there we go. Nice ambiance, guys. We got some nice ambient music as well. Second. Alright, there we go. Max Lurker, what's going on, man? I'm good. Alright, guys. So, I wasn't going to stream today because I like to take at least a few days off per week. And to be very honest with you guys, Mondays, I'm usually like still kind of recovering from the weekend. And I'm hurting and I'm in a lot of pain sometimes on Mondays because I do still go pretty hard on the weekends because I'm a bit of a crazy person. But this Monday I felt actually really good, and so yesterday and today I've been doing a lot of painting. And yesterday I think I painted for almost 8 hours yesterday by myself. And today I painted almost all day today in the morning. And I finished my Diary of Vendors, which I'll show you guys. If you guys have my Instagram, you know what? Instead of pulling up, you know what? I'll show you guys the models because it's always better than the Instagrams. You guys can kind of see what I've been working on. So I finished up my Diary of Vendors, which I'm very happy with. For the most part, I might go back and I might do the banner a little bit more. Let's switch over to that. All right, so let's see here. And let me just adjust my camera settings because I was taking photos with it and it's all in weird settings. So give me one sec. I noticed why it's all grainy right now. I don't know if you guys can tell, but my f-stop is super high. And then my exposure is super low. And then that, and then I'm missing my light. Where's my overhead? Okay. All right. So, let's see what we got here. Okay, so these are the Diary Avenger squad, and some of you guys also got my nails done for Valentine's Day. One pink on each hand plus black because that's mostly me, mostly dark, but a little bit of brightness. I actually went and got UV nail polish, gel nail polish, which is something I've never had before. And I went for a manicure with my friend Lauren. She actually, okay, so check this out, guys. My friend Lauren, she's an artist. She works in visual effects, and she thinks it's really cool that I paint models. And she's like, she wants to paint models, and I was like, well, why don't you come on the stream, right? Like, wouldn't it be fun if you did a stream with me and we could paint together with my community? And she's super excited about the idea. So in the next coming weeks, at some point, I'm probably gonna have Lauren on stream. I still have to figure it out because I only have one chair and obviously only one overhead camera. But I think we're gonna have kind of like a two-person. She's gonna come over and we're gonna do some streaming together. I might have to like move things around and stuff so that we can both kind of paint, but we'll figure it out. So, and I have actually had a few other people like that reach out to me, being like, "Hey, I want to paint." Well, that's gonna be up to her. So what my plan is to just offer her, give her a this shirt still has a tag on. I'm gonna basically just give her a bunch of options on models. It won't be anything that I care about because obviously I have a massive pile of shame and things that like models that I have like not in any armies. I got bits boxes. I'll probably get her to play something at a cursed city, to be honest. She'll probably like something like there, or an elf model from something. So anyway, so let me show you guys what would be the best way to do this. Okay, you know what I'll do? I'll make a little presentation board for you. I'm gonna take some sticky tack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so here we go. So now we can present the unit. There's the unit of Dire Avengers. A little bit bright, so let me turn down my there just a touch. There's the unit, all finished. So pretty happy with how they turned out. I'm just really happy with how they turned out, to be honest. These were the older Dire Avengers, obviously. I'll show you guys a little bit of shot of the back. And they were some parts where like the plastic was a little bit, it wasn't great, like the detail, but overall pretty solid models. The one thing that I'm not really sure on is the I'll kind of zoom in for you guys if you want. The one thing I'm not really sure on is the back banner on the Exarch. It's a little rough. I kind of just cheated a little bit and took some waterside transfers, painted them on, and then basically just painted over them in paint, like to give it a bit more depth, because I don't like to just use straight transfers. So it's the one thing that I'm not really sure on. So I might go back and redo it, but I just wanted to really get the squad done. You'll notice that I kept from the test model that I posted on Instagram. One of the things that I did, so this was like, for instance, my Warlock. My test model on Instagram, I didn't have the runes I'd done in purple, and I didn't have much of the red in, but I wanted to tie in a little bit with the red of the army, like the red glow. So I went back, and for the guns specifically, I did the gems in red. And then anytime there's these little like Eldar rune things, I did them in kind of that glowy red, like that they have, like there's one here. But the glowy red that I have on like the rest of it. So I thought that would be a good way to kind of tie the unit in with the rest of the army. So yeah, so that's kind of the unit. What do you guys think? Let me know in your comments. Hope you guys like them. I'm pretty happy with the unit. And if you guys are wondering what my plan is with the bases, so I had these bases from Micro Arts Studios. I just ordered a bunch more. And basically what I'm going for is like a heavily overgrown ruined city. So that's why it's quite heavy on the static grass, because I kind of want it to feel like an old Eldar ruin that's been overgrown with lots of foliage and like lots of stuff. So I've got like lots of different types of grass. I got like a few different colors and types of grass, and but otherwise I'm keeping them pretty like, and I like the heavy green. I was actually really inspired by, I don't know if you guys follow Cult of Paint, the Cult of Paint guys. What's his name? Who's the main guy from Cult of Paint? It's god damn it. Yeah, well, so the idea is like this glow is supposed to be like the molten glow of like the that's like what I did with all the blades, the power blades, and so my Eldrad as well. So the glow is supposed to be that's exactly right. So good question. Keep. I actually ordered, so these are all on 25s, and they came with 25s, so I don't feel bad. I did order some so from Micro Arts Studios is where I got these bases. I just put in an order for a bunch of 28 mils, 32 mils, 40 mils, 60 mils, a bunch of different sizes. I think I put in an order for about 30 or 40 28 mils. So I'm not sure. I'm still not sure. Like, from what I understand, the new stuff is all coming on the 28th, like the new Guardians, the new Warlocks, all that stuff. But these are technically still legally based, and I have a lot of 25s, so I probably won't rebase them. And I'm not gonna feel too bad about it. So that's kind of that unit. So I'm pretty happy with it overall. And then a few other things. So I got today what we're going to be working on is my Spirit Seer. So this was converted from an Eldar plastic Farseer that I had sitting around. I already have 2 Farseers. I have a metal one and then an Eldrad model. I didn't think I needed a third, and I didn't just want to use I didn't just want to like paint a third Farseer, so I converted this up into a Spirit Seer using the plastic Farseer. The staff here, if anyone can guess that staff, you're gonna get 10 points. If anyone can guess where that staff's from, it's a little bit obvious. I won't give you a hint. Stephen, I don't have any of my chaos. It's all gone. Oh, see you, Xavier. Thanks for joining, man. I appreciate it. So basically, close. Yeah, you're very close. So this staff is actually from the Mortark Neferatu, the chick on the Mortark Rider. This is a Spirit Seer, yeah. And then the head is actually from the Eldar plain kit. So I bought a Hemlock. You can kind of see this little piece sticking out behind me. That's from a Crimson Hunter Hemlock kit, and this head came with it. But I got some other cool things for you guys today to show. I got some my 3D printed bits from Shapeways today, and I'll show you guys what I got. So you can kind of see what I got. I've already started my Eldar bits bag with all my different bits. So I got 3 different. I actually got a lot of cool things to show you guys today before I start painting. So I got this set of heads here. I'll zoom in on them. These are kind of Spirit Seer heads. And so my plan is, they're kind of smooth Eldar heads. Okay. So my plan is to use these, take these, combine them with these Fire Staff thingamajiggers that I got, that are 3D printed as well. And then I'm going to be taking the new Dark Reapers, and I want to basically take the new Dark Reapers, the bodies, get rid of the heads, and then convert the guns. Like, I'm probably not going to use these actual guns, but I'm just going to use the tip of the guns, or I might not. These ended up being a lot smaller than I thought I wanted them to be. So I'm thinking maybe what I'll do is I want to figure out a way to convert my the new Dark Reaper kit into Fire Dragons, because I don't like the fine cast. My goal with this Eldar army is to not use any fine cast. So anything that exists currently in fine cast, I'm not going to use. I'm going to convert something in instead, either plastic or 3D printed third party. I can't bring myself to paint those old small scale fine cast things. The other thing I got were these, which are kind of like some larger heads. These are like wraith heads, basically. I don't really know what I'm going to use these for. Again, I ordered these. I thought they'd be smaller, but they're actually quite large. So I don't think they would work. Originally, my thought was to use these on my my Fire Dragons, but they're way bigger than I thought. So that's one thing. So I got those. Then today, I'll show you some other things. No, I haven't found anything yet. So I got my bad person. Ow! Oh my god. This is gonna be dangerous. All right. So I got some other toys, which I'm gonna paint up eventually. So I got a Jane Czar. Obviously, I'm hearing rumors that Jane Czar is really good. She's like, she's got a strike class. She does lots of mortal wounds. She also makes Banshee's Obsec, so got one of her. 2 Night Spinners, obviously, because I'm a meta whore, and Night Spinners are really good. Okay, and I'm gonna paint those up eventually. And then I got 2 sets, because I traded, of the Eldritch Omens set. So I got 2 sets of the 2 sets of the Scouts, 2 sets of the Autarch, and 2 sets of the Bikers. And these did come with these like 32 mil bases, these 28 ones. I haven't actually assembled any of the new plastics. They definitely seem bigger. And there's actually a lot of posability in the new kits, but yeah, so I got a lot of Eldar here to kind of get through just from there. And what I'm going to be starting tomorrow, assuming that I finish this guy, I'm sure I will, is this guy, which I assembled today. Oh, sorry. So this is a Wave Serpent, obviously, because Wave Serpents are meta. So I fully magnetized this guy. So I'll just kind of show you the way I magnetized it. And I was going to do this yesterday, but... So I got a 60 mil base for the base. This is like the same rune base instead of the flying stand. Piece of plastic. This is a hollow plastic pipe. I drilled a hole, put a large magnet. And then on the bottom, there's another large magnet there. So that's going to be the base magnetized, very stable. Okay. Then I magnetized the shuriken because I think shuriken cannon is going to be the way to go. But that's what I went with for now. And then you're probably wondering, this is glued on. I'm going to paint this. I don't like the clear canopies, the look of the clear canopies for some reason. I think it looks kind of cheesy. So I'm going to do like a shaded canopy like I did on my, if you guys have seen my, my Invictus War suits where I do like the kind of the blended gradient canopy. So that's why I just glued this right on. I didn't even put the rider in because I figured I'd keep the bits for something else. So I didn't even put the rider in. And then here, this is kind of the piece de resistance. So this is my fully magnetized weapon assembly. And so basically the way this is set up, and I've only done the bright lances for this, but I will eventually magnetize the other weapons. Hey Joseph Magnan, thanks for subscribing, man. I appreciate it. So I will do the other weapons, but for now the way this is set up is that you have your two side panels and then your two weapons, and then basically they connect like that, and then the side panels connect like that, and they can kind of go anywhere you want. That. Boom. And then these things are fairly robust at the moment, and then that whole thing sits on there magnetized like that. That's kind of the magnetized Wave Serpent. And again, I'm gonna eventually magnetize the other weapon bits so I can basically switch out. From what I understand, the way to go is gonna be either bright lances, or it's gonna be like shurikens. Just keep them cheap and cheerful. But I hear Wave Serpents is still pretty meta. So right now I have two. So I've never painted an Eldar tank. I'm gonna start this tomorrow. I'm gonna prime it in the morning and then paint it. But I already had the Spirit Seer basically sitting around. And I'm trying to make I guess a bet for myself that I won't paint things in this army. I do one project at a time. I'm not gonna have a pile of shame. So my goal, and this is kind of a good way to keep yourself motivated, is what I do is I have one project I'm working on like this, and then the next project that I'm gonna work on, I have assembled and kind of like off to the side. But this gives me motivation because it's like, this is the cool thing that I really want to do, but this is the thing that like I should do because it's primed and ready to go, and I don't want to have a bunch of primed different things. So this is like the next project, and this is the current project, and that's all I ever assemble. Everything else goes away. Obviously I got these boxes here, but everything else goes away, out of sight, out of mind, in a closet or piled up in a corner. I don't pre-assemble a bunch of stuff. I don't assemble tons of different kits and have them sitting in front of me, and then like I'm staring at it and it's like, oh my god, there's so much to paint. It's like one kit that I work on, one project I'm working on, and then the next project after that to give me a little bit of like, I guess, excitement and motivation to like to get to that project. But that's it. There's no more. I don't allow myself to do any more than that. That's kind of how I managed to paint my Chaos Army in such a fast time. So I'm really excited to start this tomorrow. So if you guys are here, check it out. 5 o'clock we're gonna start streaming, 5 p.m. and then we're gonna basically, I haven't really figured out how I'm gonna do this yet as far as the scheme. Like obviously I know the main colors I'm gonna use, my basic colors, but I'm still figuring out how I want to do the patterning and the various panels. Like a lot of people just do like one color on the bottom, one color on top. Some people do like different panels, they'll do different colors. Some people do like if you look at the box art, it's got like a line pattern to it. Some people do a lot of heavy on transfers. So I'm still not really sure. I'd love to hear your guys' suggestions, or if you guys have Eldar stuff that you painted, post it in the Discord, which is linked down below in it's linked down below in the Twitch and in the YouTubes. but I'd love to kind of check that out. So yeah, so anyway, so that's what we're gonna be working on today, this guy. And the funny thing is like, I think I paint to a pretty good quality. I don't know about you guys, what you guys think, but like, I have a very obsessive painting speed style where like, I paint things, I wouldn't say I paint things very fast, but like a single model for me is actually like something that I can do very quickly, because it's exciting to be able to paint, to like have all those different, how do I describe this? So like when I'm painting a single model, there's a lot of variety in what I do, right? Because like I will start painting, say for instance, the cloak, and the cloak only takes me like half an hour, 45 minutes, but then I get to do something else. Like I get to do the weapon, then I get to do the armor, then I get to do the face, right? So like it's always changing the thing that I'm painting, and that's like exciting, that's like fun, right? Because it's like, it feels like it's a lot of variety. Whereas often, like when I was painting these Dire Avengers, getting through the armor, which is like the majority of those models, was so hard. It was like I had to like do like one or two, sit and put them down, do one or two, put them down. But then once they get to a certain point where it's like they're starting to look better, right? That's when like for me, like the motivation like really kicks in, is because it's like you see kind of where it's going, and it starts to get you excited to like finish it and like see the final product. I don't know about you guys, but that's kind of like, I guess, a big part of how I get motivated when I do my my painting. So anyways, let's see, any other questions? STLs for what, Asante? I don't have a 3D printer, but if I have friends with 3D printers, so if there's something cool that you think I should print, I mean, yeah, I do. I don't want just like knockoffs of like existing Eldar stuff. If there's like STLs of like cool like bits or like alternate models, I'm down to look at them. But I've seen a lot, I'm in the Eldar Discord now, and I've seen a lot of like people literally like one for one basically copying the existing Eldar range. Like someone did a STL of the new Rangers in there, and it was like basically the exact same models, but just like their 3D versions almost. And I'm kind of just like, I don't know, that's not really my jam. I definitely want to do some freehand, so I'll show you guys some, let me see if I can pop this out. If Discord will show. Okay, so let's see here. One sec. I want to make sure I don't flash you guys with anything like. Okay, so this is a pretty cool. This is a pretty cool wave serpent in the Eldar Discord. So this is kind of what I was talking about when I said like I'm not sure what I want to do. Like, see how this has this kind of like pattern with it? Like that's a cool. I like that concept. It's a little bit. I don't know if I love it. Like I don't. Here's the thing, and I'm thinking about my scouts too, my my rangers, and I don't love the idea of like camo. Camo for me in Eldar, it doesn't really do it for me. Who sent me stuff? Oh. Oh, hey Dan. I didn't even know that was you. I do like the scorpions, so definitely send me those. I already ordered fire. I think these are supposed to be fire dragons. I do really like those scorpions, so definitely send me those. Is there a let me know. So like I don't really like I want to do something like this. See, that's cool freehand. Let's see what else we got in here. This is the Eldar Discord, by the way. Like there's stuff like this where it's like a lot of like super strong edge highlighting. I don't love that. It's a little bit too extreme for me. I like definitely my blends. This is like super boring. No offense, bro, but super boring. What else is in here? And then you got stuff like this, where it's like, let's see. You guys can't really see it. Let's see here. Like this is kind of, okay, so this is kind of like the GW style, right? Where it's like straight patterns, stuff like that. This is again kind of boring. So I'm not sure what I want to do. This kind of like line patterning stuff I don't love, because here's the thing. My army is primarily, okay, so something like this, I could think of, but like, I don't know, I feel like this is a little bit too, like I could do this. I just don't know if it works with my scheme. because my main scheme is this turquoise plus the blue for highlights, and then purple for like really like accents just to help pop. I kind of want something, so yeah, so this, yeah, beard. And then that's the other thing too, I don't even know, like I was putting these waterside transfers on and I'm like, I have no idea what any of these symbols are for. So I don't know if I'm like putting on like Altway or like this. I really don't like this kind of, this reminds me of like what does this remind me of? It's like, yeah, it's just too, it's too messy. Don't like that. But look at this cheese boy. Look at this guy. What are those? 3 night spinners. Like, talk about meta. This guy painting 3 night spinners. What a goober. Dude, what else is in here? It's a good Discord. There's all the leaks are in here. Like, if you guys are looking for the Eldar leaks, they're literally in here. Like, you can literally see data sheets from the book. It's kind of funny. Let's see here. What do I like? So this, like, again, this wouldn't work with my scheme because my scheme's light. But this is too spasmatic. So I'm almost thinking I'm gonna do. It's gonna end up something like this, where it's like really heavy contrast. I think it's gonna end up something like this, where it's like really heavy, dark to light blends. So like normally on these models, like okay, to show you guys. Dan, when are we gonna do a show together? That's a good question. So when you guys look at these models, yeah, when you look at these models, I go quite dark in the shadows. So here's the thing. Let me get to your Yunari question in a sec, but let me just finish my thought. This is quite a dark color in there, and see how there's like this pretty dark, like there's like a dark to light fade here. I want to do that, but like even more extreme. So like the dark on this would be closer to this, like like the dark on this would be very, very dark, and then the blend would be like super like huge, like a huge gradient. And then what I would do is pick out some spots with like the blue and do the exact same thing. So super dark to super light. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, so a few questions. Am I going to do an incarn? I'm definitely going to do an incarn. In fact, I'm actually worried now about this army because originally when I started the army, my thought was I'm going to do Eldar, and thankfully there's like not that much Eldar stuff. Or no, sorry, my first thought was I'm going to do Eldar, like at Craft Worlds, and thankfully because of the way that faction rules work, I won't be tempted to do all of the Eldari stuff because I've always wanted to paint Drukhari, I've always wanted to paint Harlequins, the Yunari Triumvirate I've always wanted to paint. But I'm like, if I do Craft Worlds, and because of the way that faction rules work, thankfully, I won't be tempted to do those things because I won't really be able to play those factions without breaking my my keywords and my faction bonus, because the faction bonus will probably be good, and I won't want to do that. Unfortunately, both Yunari and Harlequins are now in the book, and they don't break faction bonus. So I'm like, shit, should I start buying Harlequin stuff? And like, I'm really curious as to if the best Eldar armies are gonna have a Harlequin patrol in them. Like, my feeling is it will. There will be like a few really strong meta choices from Harlequins, or from even, I don't know how the full detachment rules work. I should probably read up on it. But my concern is now, which I don't think it's a concern, but it's just like, god damn it, GW, why do you have to do this to me? Which is now I'm like, I have to paint, you know, Harlequins, because I'd imagine things like Solitaires, what are they called, the Death Jesters, some of the characters, and like even a unit of like yeah, dude, it's chaos all over again. Here I was trying to get away from doing these massive these armies that never end, and I just keep collecting because it's so big. And I'm back. I picked the only other faction besides Chaos that is like really good at this is Eldar, and I went and I picked it. So here we are, guys. So GG, I guess, for me. kind of funny though. Anyways, so that's kind of my plan right now. So my current plan, my first focus is to just get 2,000 points Eldar on the table, because I really don't. I have my Soul Drinker still. I haven't sold them. If anyone's still interested, you can let me know. The reason I didn't sell them is because, yeah, the reason I didn't sell them is because the few offers that I had just fell through, and like I wasn't willing to just like get rid of them for like a cheap price, and I'm not in a rush to get rid of them. So I figured I'll try again, and when the new Space Marine Codex comes out, which it will, and everything's good again, and Space Marines are good again, I'll throw them back up. But right now I don't actually have a 40k army that I want to play, or that's like remotely good. So my current I guess focus is to get 2,000 points of Eldar on the table, and I think I'll be pretty good like once I have what I own finished. Why is this so light? It's great. Here. Is that better? Not too dark. Go there. Dark. There. Good. Sorry, I always have to screw with my camera settings. So my current plan is to get 2,000 points of Eldar, at least like slightly competitive Eldar, finished, so that I can start playing games. Because guys, I played last kind of game I played was at the Las Vegas Steam Tournament, which was in October last year. I haven't played a game of 40k since, and I haven't really had an interest in playing a game of 40k since, so it's not like I couldn't. I'm super rusty, and I'd like to get back into the tournament scene this season. I'd like to start playing again competitively this season. No, it's not gonna be as hardcore as my 2019 season, but I mean, I'm planning to try to make some more events. I'm hoping my first event this year that's like international or big could potentially be like a what am I thinking? There's one in the summer. So there's definitely I'm going on cruise. Oh yeah, I'm going on Cruise Hammer. I don't know if you guys have heard of Cruise Hammer, but I'll post the chat in the link. So Cruise Hammer is run by. This is actually a really funny story about Cruise Hammer. So Cruise Hammer is actually run by a local. When I say local, I mean a guy from Seattle. I forget his name. He's good buddies with my with our local TO Dan Miner. And Cruise Hammer is basically exactly what it sounds like. It's literally a cruise. It's a Warhammer cruise. So, well, it's a cruise ship, and then there's like Warhammer on it. It's not just Warhammer players, but basically they organize a group of people that are Warhammer players, and of all games like Blood Bowl, AOS, that kind of stuff. And then there's a cruise that they take you on. So let me just see if I can find it here. Cruise Hammer. So here, I'm gonna pull it up. You guys are gonna love it. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so check this out. The Cruise Hammer. So it's August 7th to August 14th, 2024. And it's literally Liberty of the Seas. It leaves from Texas this year. And basically there's like a history, like it's had a few years. I think I think Reese went, there's old Reese there one year. There's Dan Miner, he's our local TO. These are all the people that went for Cruise Hammer. Some of my buddies that went, mostly nerds, but and their wives and stuff. So these are a lot of BC guys, but lots of places people from all over. So they did in 2016, and then 2018 they did it. And what they do normally, and the reason I'm going, is because they give away a ticket every year in the local tournament circuit in BC. They give away a ticket for the cruise as a prize for I think it's the Cascadian Open, or the, I don't even know what it's called anymore. They keep, oh, there's a free ticket. Okay, so here we go. Free ticket info. So they basically, for one of the events, I can't remember which event it is. I think it's either Wet Coast GT or Cascadian Open. The winner gets a free ticket to the cruise, right? So in 2019, I won the event, right? I won the 40k event, the best general. So I won the ticket for the cruise. But the year that was supposed to happen, which was 2019, we've had COVID for 2 years. So I've had a free ticket for this Cruise Hammer for 2 years, and they've honored it. They're like, yeah, like whenever the cruise comes back, you get a free ticket. So this year it's coming back finally, I think, with COVID kind of subduing a bit, and it's going to be happening in August. And I still have my free ticket, so I definitely want to go because I got a free ticket, and why wouldn't you, right? So that's the Cruise Hammer, which is pretty cool. And I can't remember the organizers. Yeah, anyways, it's kind of cool. I've never been on a cruise, and honestly, I probably would never go on a cruise if it was like up to me. But if it's free, I mean, free is free, right? Xtab, I'm not sure what you linked because Twitch blocked it. So if you let me know, or you want to DM me on Twitch, I can repost it. But I don't know how to. I feel like I don't want to mess with that setting because like people come in and drop like links to like dick pics and stuff. How do I actually here? Is there a way to like allow people to post in chat links? Probably. I need mods. If anyone wants to be a mod of any of my channels, let me know in the Discord or on the regular, because I could probably use a mod sometimes that like helps people. That's like way more helpful than me, especially if I'm painting. But I feel like I don't have enough regular. There's no like 1 or 2 viewers that are like on the stream regularly enough that I could be like mods, and it's usually quiet enough that I'm fine. But if anyone wants to be a mod, let me know. You can get a cool VIP badge. It doesn't pay well, as in 0, but you get to hang out. You can mod the Discord too, and you get exclusive access to me to ask as many questions as you want. Basically, free coaching. Not that I really know what I'm doing these days. So, but yeah, my biggest concern now with starting Eldar, is the fact that I'm now starting basically 3 armies. So that's kind of a bummer. Also, if you guys are wondering what I'm doing and why this looks so ugly, this is something that I often do on a lot of models, which is after I do my airbrushing, I kind of go in and I just block in a lot of the base colors, and I can be really messy at this stage. And I've talked about this a long time. I can be kind of messy and quick here. I'm just blocking in the main colors, and then I'll go kind of do all the shading, and then that way, as I start to do highlights for different areas, I'm not like well, I'll give you painting tips for free, right? So you're good on that. Let's see. Alfred. Oh, Alfred, those look awesome, bro. Yeah. The only thing is, I always give you guys 100% honesty. The only thing I don't love, I feel like the OSL on the gems, it's a little too much for me. I think that's, you're trying to go with OSL, so it's a little intense for me. Like it has a very airbrush OSL look. I like what you're going for, but it feels like I just want it like toned down, just like one like intensity level. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it feels like kind of like it really overwhelms. But those look really great otherwise. Oh yeah, can you explain to me? Stefan, you're an Eldar player, or Alfred, or whoever posted those. Can you explain to me all the little niblets? Like, what are the little like, I didn't attach any of the little weird niblets. Like, I see them on yours. Like, there's one, they're just like these little round. Okay, guys, you want to see the fucking useless instructions for the Wave Serpent? Look at the instructions. These are literally the worst instructions I've ever seen. For such a kit with so many pieces, this is literally instruction. It's like, open it. There's like one thing for the top. It says 2 in bright lance. Doesn't tell you what any of the other weapons are. The shrieking cannon doesn't tell you what any of the other weapons are. And then it's finished. And then it doesn't tell you what any of the other niblets are. Like there's like weird like dome thingy pieces. Like this. Like it doesn't tell you what like this thing is. Or like if you look at the picture here, like this, it doesn't tell you what this thing is. Like what is that thing? What is this thing, right? No idea. No idea what like the different guns are. No idea the difference between like the shorter antenna and the longer antenna. Like literally, this is that's the entire instructions for the Wave Serpent. It's kind of ridiculous. I've never seen instructions that are so like like small. They're as old as the kit. Yeah, I can imagine. Okay, what was I doing? I got distracted. Anyway, so I have all these extra bits. I don't like, as a rule, I'm a very like picky assembler, and what I mean by that is like, even with my chaos, I don't like a lot of extra like knickknacks and bits and bobs, and I think that's from like years of painting chaos, where like the trim was like so like oppressive that like you didn't want to, on top of that, paint like gun holsters and grenades and like little like spike trophies and extra skulls and like all this other stuff. Like after you paint chaos trim for that long, all you want to do is finish the model. You want as little other things to paint as possible. So I think I'm like traumatized from like years of painting chaos trim to the point where like I don't want any extra anythings on the model beyond what was like the minimum. Yeah, Hagan, I feel you, bro. It was funny because I obviously traded off the second half of my Eldritch Dark Omens or whatever. What's it called? Dark Omens? Dark Eldritch Omens? Whatever it's called. I traded off the Chaos half for another Eldar half. But there was like a brief moment where I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll just keep the Chaos half and just buy someone's Eldar half for cash. And then I was like, I'll paint up the Chaos half. Like maybe when I'm like, you know, a little bored, I'll feel like painting some Chaos. And, you know, it'll be a good start for like because look guys, the reality is I will play Chaos again. It's not a question of if, just a question of when and like in what form. I am a Chaos player. If I could do Chaos Eldar, I would, trust me, right? Like it's not even, if there's a fluff way, like I basically did Chaos Space Marines with my Soul Drinkers, even though they're Space Marines. Like I managed to like, because they are basically corrupted by Tzeentch and there's like Chaos bits and all sorts of stuff. If there's a way I could like figure out how to do Chaos Eldar, I would, trust me. If there's like a craft world that was like corrupted by Chaos, I would 1000% be doing it, right? But obviously that's not a thing, so I can't really do that. But I mean, Ynnari is basically the closest thing, right? I really wish. Anyways, sorry. What my point was, I will eventually do Chaos again, and as I was like figuring out whether I wanted to keep the Chaos half, I had this like kind of anxiety as I was like, oh, like I don't want to have to pay more Chaos trim, like especially looking at those Chosen. Like if you don't want to paint any more Chaos trim, those Chosen models are not doing you any sort of like favors. They're definitely like exacerbating the problem. Where's my chat thing? Like I can't see anyone's chat. That's okay. Just pull it down. Someone asked. So Steven, the reason I'm not okay. So they're not too weak. The problem with Thousand Suns and like I think so far with Death Guard as well is just like basically after Dark Angels, the power curve. So it was like Necrons and Space Marines came out, things were okay, and then we had Death Guard I think around that time, and what was after Death Guard? It was like Blood Angels, Space Wolves, Dark Angels, like those all kind of came out, and they were like slightly similar power levels or within the same like realm, right? But then when Admech and Drukhari came out, the like power creep and orcs, the power creep and sisters, the power creep went like, there's a huge incline. So it's not so much that Thousand Suns are not good, it's just that the overall game balance is in a really bad place. And from talking to some playtesters, and take this with a grain of salt, because this is all like rumors and rumors and rumors, but a lot of the changes, so like for instance, we just saw Custodes get a points drop with Chapter Approved, and the reason is because Chapter Approved is written like basically 6 months ago, and what was the reason that they got a points drop is because they were playing that Custodes army versus Admech, Drukhari, orcs at their like pinnacle and at their like worst. And so it felt like in that environment of like crazy Admech planes and like Drukhari like dominance and like orc buggies, Custodes didn't really have like, they didn't really feel competitive, so they gave them this points drop, right? But the reality is like since then, since those points drops were printed, everything else has been nerfed, and so now the Custodes points drops, and same with the Custodes points drops feel like really out of place and really kind of like ridiculous when you think about it, right? That's kind of what I heard. Now, what truth there is to that, I mean, I can't be sure, but I'm just repeating kind of what I've heard from sources. Now, how they're gonna fix it, I have no clue, and whether it's even fixable, I also have no clue. But that's kind of the reality of the situation. Yeah, everyone's got -1 damage now. The other thing with Death Guard is like I think the army is just too slow to play 9th edition. The way 9th edition is designed, especially with like the secondaries and the missions, I think the army is just too slow. And the rules are very inconsistent. Same with Thousand Suns, especially with the nerfs to Thousand Suns. Mixing sub-factions. If you think about that, the army that hurts the most is not things like Admech or Drukhari. It is armies like Thousand Suns. So like the nerf to having mixed sub-factions actually hurts Thousand Suns way more than it hurts Drukhari. Do you know what I'm saying? Because Thousand Suns really relied on like all the tools from all the sub-factions to stay competitive, to even have like a slightly competitive list. Whereas Thousand Suns Drukhari and Admech have things like Mars and Lucius, which are like individually on their own powerful enough, and they don't really need they don't really need to mix sub-factions to kind of stay powerful. Does that make sense? Yeah, Richard, thank you. Thank you for validating my theories. And all the rumors I've heard some rumors down the grapevine on Chaos Space Marines. So far, none of them are inspiring any sort of like confidence that the book is going to be good right now. From all accounts, it's going to be like as strong as maybe the Thousand Suns book. But I don't know. We'll see. I don't want to speculate too much on that because everything I've heard is it's super out there. But anyway, so I guess my point to your question about was a Thousand Suns good enough? Yeah, I agree, Ariel. That's exactly what I'm saying, right? Like that was one army that really relied on like the dual faction, and not having it is like it's just it really hurts the faction as a whole. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I hope you had a fun tournament otherwise, though. Did you have a good time in Vegas, though, Ariel? That's good. Do I have to remove my terms on your calls? I don't know why you would have to, Vivi. Oh, just to match the box? I doubt they're gonna go do that. I mean, that'd be really horrendous. In retrospect, guys, and like, I miss my chaos, but seeing everything that's happened to Death Guard, like the nerfs that they've gotten, Thousand Suns the nerfs that they've gotten, and like how Chaos Space Marines are still pretty like shit. I think I actually sold them at the right time. Because I feel like, and demons are like nowhere to be seen. I really feel like I sold them at the right time. Yeah, man, long live the Eldari. You know what I wish there was? And I know this is probably not fluffy, but when I used to play Warhammer Fantasy, long live, I used to have a Dark Elf army. And Dark Elves, the elves in Fantasy obviously hated Chaos, right? But Dark Elves had a, led by Mirathi. She led the Cult of Pleasure, which was like dedicated to Slanesh. So it'd be cool if there was some sort of like secret Slaneshi based Eldar craft world that like basically was like, we think Slaanesh is gonna win, and so we've like made a deal with Slaanesh where like we'll worship him and like he won't eat our souls. Like I can imagine that. That seems like fluffy. And they had that in if you guys remember, for the Albion campaign in Warhammer Fantasy in like 2002 for Albion, I think it was called yeah, it was called the Albion campaign. They had a Cult of Slaanesh list for Dark Elves where you could actually run like Slaaneshi, Mark of Slaanesh Dark Elves. So it'd be cool if there was like a craft world that had basically like given in and said, okay, look, we're not going to beat you, Slaanesh, but like, how about this? We'll worship you, but like, don't eat our souls, maybe. Or maybe they think that they can like kind of like, you know how Chaos does? Because like Chaos, like characters make, I'll be right back, one sec. Chaos characters make deals with the Chaos gods. So just like a demon prince might like not want his soul eaten by the Chaos gods, it'd be cool. It'd be cool if there's something similar for Slaanesh. All right. Yeah, exactly. Something like that. I mean, look, you can make a fluff reason to justify just about everything. I don't think it's that much of a stretch, but I don't know if people would be too stoked about that in general. I'm not sure. I haven't really reviewed the Warcry range that recently. If there is, that'd be really cool. Can we talk about Sotek Green? How's Sotek Green called Sotek Green? Can someone explain? Clearly not green. Oh yeah, I forgot I'm streaming. I'm like, why am I painting this over here? Anyways, so that'd be my like that'd be my pitch to Eldar. It feels green but looks blue. It's definitely got some greenish to it, but it's definitely blue. Especially when you add white to it, like the blueness really really shines. I know this looks really messy, guys, but have faith in the process. You have little faith. I actually am really impressed by people that like especially like pro painters that like they keep everything like within the lines for like that first base coat. I'm just, maybe that's why I paint fast, because I have these kind of like hacks. Alright, just gonna let that dry for a sec. Actually, I guess I could start the cloak. So first thing I'm gonna do is paint some shade. The shady parts. I don't know if there's a Chaos Elf. Half of them look like Skywalker with their goofy hair. What does that mean, Skywalker? Skywalker what? Skywalker. Okay, so guys, last week I did an interview with Sean Naden and with Alex McDougall, so if you didn't catch those, make sure you go check them out. They're all posted on both YouTube, I think they're on the YouTube channel for sure, and then on the Twitch channel as well. I'm actually not sure how Twitch works as far as like old videos, but I'm pretty sure you can watch VODs. Oh, you mean the new yeah, I don't know what it is about their hair aesthetic lately. Like, if you look at here, let me pull it up here. If you look at the new Guardians. Let's look at the new Guardians for a sec. They definitely, look at this. Look at this hair. Look at that hair. I mean, if you cut that off, I'm definitely gonna cut off all my top knots. I don't understand top knots. Especially these top knots. Okay, so check this out. Whose hair is that? Do elves donate their hair? Is it like synthetic hair? Is it hair from animals? From dead Eldar? They steal their hair and they make like hair wigs? Is there a hole in their helmet and their hair comes through it? These are the questions that I really want answered, guys. These are the important questions of 40K. No, that's ridiculous. That would be ridiculous. Yeah, but like, they have haircuts in 41st Millennium, man. This isn't like, not like a dwarf where like they never cut their beards. I don't know why you guys think it's their hair. That would be the most like absurd thing I've ever heard. Yeah, that's true. It is also 40K. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I need to make a wash. I think I'm almost through Warhawk, and by almost I mean I still have 8 hours to go, but that's still a lot better than the 12 hours I had to do. But now that I see there's a new book, Echoes of Eternity, I will now be motivated to finish Warhawk. Has anyone else finished Warhawk? I don't know why, but it's like been hard to get into it for some reason. Normally I'm really into the Horse Heresy books. I also haven't really been listening to a lot of audiobooks in general, though, to be fair. That's what it always creeped me out about, like, did you guys see the... Okay, you want to know what the most ridiculous hair is, though? Where is this? I think I pointed this out. Where is he? I didn't realize how many freaking articles Games Workshop posts every freaking week, man. When is my on here? Okay, do you guys want to see the most ridiculous hair in all of 40K? I'll show you right now. What the fuck is this? Look at this top knot. Look at this top knot. It's a skull with hair, but like, isn't hair attached to your skin? So how is this hair? Did they like add this hair after the skull? Like, how does this hair even exist here? It doesn't make sense. So I think if I buy Mogan, this top knot's definitely going. Like, that doesn't even make sense. But why would Mogan Ra be killing... Why would he be having skulls of Eldar on his stuff? Isn't he supposed to be pro-Eldar? Isn't he a pro-Eldar dude? Yeah, but Ariel, listen to yourself, man. You're making up the most, like, outrageous claims. That doesn't even make sense. Why would that be the case? Anyways, I don't like this, and this whole back banner piece, it seems completely, like, pointless. Like, okay, I get there's this, like, big skull, but, like, why does he have a head still attached to it? And also, why is the head a different color bone than the rest of the bone? God damn you, 40K. Anyways. These are the questions, guys. These are the really important questions in 40K that Games Workshop is refusing to answer. Maybe one day when I'm part of the YouTube syndicate, the reviewer syndicate, they'll let me in on the inner circle, but until that day, I gotta maybe see if Rob, my inside man, will give me some knowledge. Yeah, it's all nonsensical. Of all the aesthetics in 40K that like I feel like I wish would go away, top knots is top of the list. Have you ever met someone in real life? Let me ask you guys a question. Have you ever met someone in real life with a top knot? Like not a high bun, not a girl with a high bun, or just like a high ponytail, but literally with shaved sides of their heads and a top bun. Yeah, I know, man. I honestly like, and I say this with like very little, like I say this like very honestly from the bottom of my heart. I used to watch a lot of Warhammer content on YouTube, and like I listen to a lot of podcasts like Long War and like Forge Narrative and like and like all the different ones. I have to say, by far, the only thing I really listen to these days, and the only ones I actually watch, is the stuff that Rob does, because like, A, it's like super honest, and B, it's hilarious. Like those guys, those guys are just like literally like always like, he's got such an energy, and he's always making me laugh like so hard. And he doesn't. It's like he's serious, but he's like not serious. You know what I'm saying? Like he's always just like joking and just taking the piss. And I don't know if it's just that British humor. But like, I love it. I love the sarcasm. I love the jokes. I love the like, the cheekiness. You don't get that on a lot of podcasts because either they take themselves too seriously, or they like, or they just don't know what they're not funny. You know what I'm saying? Or when they try to be. Yeah. So mad props to those guys, and what they do over there. I'm a huge fangirl. But Rob knows that. I always try to talk myself onto his show. Like I'm always sending him DMs. I'm like, yo, when can I come back on the show? And he usually just ignores me. So that's okay. Eventually I will clout chase my way back on. So don't worry. I'm like his, I'm on the 30th. I'm the 30th down the list of like replacement hosts. So usually I don't get the call, but I'm probably not even on the list, but if there's a list, I hope I'm on it. But I'm excited. I think those guys are actually coming out to Canada for Capital for the Canhammer Team Tournament in April. I think. I'm not sure if they're just doing coverage or if they're actually coming out here. I know they're definitely covering it, but I saw on their calendar that they're going to be covering it. So last time they actually came out for Capital City Bloodbath, in that's when I met Rob the first time. Out in I think it was like July or something. So I'm excited for that. I'm tempted. When is Capital City? Let's see. For team tournament. Can I get a date, guys? How's the dates? April 23rd and 25th. Okay, I won't be there. I'm gonna be in Toronto though for almost a month in July because I have 3 weddings in this course of 3 weeks in Toronto, which is gonna be exciting. I can send Abaddon my location, no problem. Okay, so what am I doing right now? I feel kind of lost. I just washed those areas. I gotta pee, so I'll probably get up for that. I think I need to go a little darker on this part. You'll be there, Chester, in April for Canhammer Team? I hear McDougal said there he's going to be there as well for I think the WTC is putting together 2 teams. But I'm going to be in Toronto for most of July. But maybe we'll get a game in Richard if I have an Elder Army by then. I'll be right back, guys. I'm just going to run in the washroom. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, I'm hoping I should have this army at least to the point where like I can play games with it by well, assuming the Eldar stuff comes out before the end of February, I think I can probably have like 2,000 points ready for, I don't know, I think like I think by like end of March, so that's like 2 months. I'm a pretty fast painter, and I won't have the best. Oh, that's awesome, Stefan. Are you just playing the Long War doubles? Adepticon's a great event. That's like, what day is the Long War doubles? It's like the Sunday or something, right? It's like just one day? Or it's 2 days? I forget how the format works there. It's a very weird format, Adepticon. That's sweet. Yeah, I kind of wish I was going, but I won't have an army by then, and even if I did, I'd be very out of practice given like how little I've been playing. So I'm hoping my goal for this year for 40K is to at least play in like 6 events and get top 10 in the hobby track again. Now I don't know if I'll be able to win the hobby track because not to say that like I don't have a physically well painted army enough, but there's a lot of competition now. It's like a lot of people are, especially with GW being involved. I think there's gonna be a lot more. I think there's gonna be a lot more hobbyists, especially now that you get like a 2,000 point army, and there's like more prize incentive. But I feel like there's gonna be a lot more competition for hobby track this year. Also, question for the audience: I saw that Games Workshop. I saw on the FLG website they posted that there's like a bunch of changes to the algorithm. Like the Grognard posted something about the algorithm regarding like the algorithm for the ITC, but I didn't actually see a summary of those changes anywhere. Does anyone know what's changed or what's changing in the season, or where I can find that information? Because they kind of mentioned that like people won't be doing like the fake player thing anymore, and like there'll be other changes to the algorithm, but like they didn't actually say what those changes were. And I'm curious if that information's been released anywhere. Not like necessarily like the actual changes, like the But is that in like the TO group or something like that? I feel like Richard, you might have a inside scoop. I'm just really curious as to like what the actual changes are. It seems to me like maybe they're not going to do the whole GT. Oh, okay. So they kind of jumped the gun there. I assume the way it's going to work is like it's just going to take like 6 events, and GT major, super major won't really be a thing anymore, is my guess. And then it's going to, from what I read, it seems like rounds will be more important than players, so that it's less, it encourages longer events even if there's not that many players, if I understand correctly. That was just what I gleaned from the article, but it was very vague and like didn't really say much, which is good, I think, because I think the current way definitely needed a little bit of reform. And sorry, Richard, I haven't watched Signals forever because, no offense to the FLGN network, there's like, it's like there's too much going on in that network, and a lot of it, I don't know, it feels very like haphazard, I guess, if that's a criticism. Like sometimes the shows are like, I don't really know what they're about, any of the shows. They feel kind of like very unfocused. What show do you do? Just Signals? Or do you do a bunch? And that's not like that's not like a mean criticism. It's just like I haven't really been watching it since like Restopped, so it's not like a specific criticism on like anything, but there's just too many shows now, and I don't know, I like hearing Reese talk because he felt like I knew what you get in every show. Like it was very like formulaic, I guess, which makes it kind of boring in a lot of ways, but it was like I knew what I was getting. Law Thursday and Signals? Wait, I thought you said Wednesday. Please no. Ew, my friend just sent me a just to kill a lobster. Her boyfriend's making her for Valentine's Day. Her boyfriend's making her kill a lobster for Valentine's Day. I think it's romantic. I don't understand what you mean, Richard. Law Thursday. Oh, the Thursday show. Oh, see, I didn't even know there was a show called The Thursday Show. This is how out of touch I am. Is it called The Thursday Show, literally? I don't know, I couldn't get over the heads and the TVs thing. I think it was like too gimmicky, and the show felt gimmicky to me. The floating heads and just a lot of weirdness. I'm actually surprised Games Workshop, I don't know if maybe they're not going to do any more of their own events, but I'm surprised they kind of stopped doing events after, or like the three events that either they weren't financially viable, or they just were like, fuck it, let's just let the ITC do the events. But I'm kind of curious, I don't know, and I'm sure there's people that know this, but I'd imagine what happened was with the ITC FLG partnership, GW is probably like, you know what? Okay, I'm wrong then. I rescind since you have information. I was gonna say, like, I wouldn't be surprised if GW did not as many events, because honestly, events are like, they're not really like money makers, and they're expensive, and they're like a lot of logistics. So I wouldn't have been surprised if, like, with the partnership, they kind of like were like, you know what, we did the 3, they weren't super like profitable, which is Games Workshop's like #1 goal, was profit, and so they were like, hey, we're not going to do any more of the events, sorry. But now that we're partnered with the ITC, we'll just let them do the events and kind of like roll with it there and maybe support them that way. And I'm also curious if now that they're partnered with the ITC, if they're going to have less conflicting events. Because I know I remember Reese talking about it last year when GW announced all their events. They were kind of like, rushing to get ticket sales out before GW could announce their events or put ticket sales for their events, because they're worried there'd be cannibalization. So I'm really curious if there's going to be more coordination now that I don't even know, like, obviously I'll always be curious, and we'll never probably know the true story of like what their relationship is right now. And nothing that anyone says is going to make me like less conspiratorial, right? Because that's just the nature, right? So I'll be curious if we see like more coordination or less or the same amount between the FLG and Games Workshop when it comes to events. And I'm curious as to see how the ITC GW relationship relates to the FLG GW relationship, and like how those things all kind of intertwine, because obviously the ITC is run by FLG. So I know they have a close relationship already, but like I'm curious as to like to what extent Mike's gonna kind of, man, stop plugging your own show on my show. Come on. That's rude. I'm not supposed to do that. Not that I won't watch it, but now I will watch it, but you know, bad stream etiquette, Richard. Can I come on Signals and plug my stream on Wednesday without getting a ban? Plug my channel? I'm just giving you a hard time. I'm just gonna create a bunch of bot accounts and spam my Twitch channel in the Signals thing. The Signals chat. I know I keep asking, but like, so you could just tell me instead of me having to like watch your show. I'm just giving you a hard time, man. Of course. Everyone watch Signals on Wednesday. Hey, I'm just a little guy, man. I'm not the big corporate monopoly like you. I'm not a cog in the machine, man. I hope at least whatever happens, they pay you this year. Now that GW is going to take some of the prize support, or they pay you guys better if they're not paying if they're paying you already. Are you going to be doing yeah, well, I mean, it's a lot of work, and also like I think the format, like I think a stats centric show would be fine. I just think the way that they did it, where like they did like player interviews and stuff, I don't think that was, it was a lot of like work for a weekly show to like get all those like sound bites and stuff. You know what I'm talking about? So if they did it, I would imagine it would come back in like a very like toned down form, so to speak, where there's less like inner player stuff. Yeah, well, isn't Peter doing some show on Colin's new network? I can't even keep track anymore. Colin's got the Best in Faction guys have their own like new network now. That's gonna like compete or do their own set of content. Like I know Ines is doing a show. That's cool. Yeah. It's a lot of work, man. Does he even keep 40k stats updated? Do you know? I haven't gone on there in like a Coon's Age. Is that a thing? Coon's Age? Yeah. If they only had like, if only like the people that like consume that shit wasn't so cheap asses and actually like donated and like financially supported those things, that'd be cool. Like a stats Patreon, but the FLG ITC Patreon is like basically 3 people. Last I checked. They partnered with it for sure, from what I understand. I don't think the ITC is like a thing that they could like, I mean, I think what they should have done personally, this is my like unsolicited 2 cents, they should have just essentially acquired it, like the tech and the algorithm, and then integrated the whole thing into the Games Workshop website, right? Tie your ITC points to your My Warhammer account / profile. Players get like profiles and achievements, and then those achievements basically directly translate into Games Workshop like shit. So that basically it becomes kind of like almost like Xbox achievements, where like there's certain achievements and then you get points, and then the points are redeemable for like discounts or like exclusives or anything like that. And that could be like all sorts of like perks for being like a, you know, so make it like an actual like GW driven system, and it encourages, if it was on the Warhammer site, it would make a lot more people actually like participate instead of being scared of it. And they could like rebrand it as like the Warhammer like tournament competitive rankings, you know what I'm saying? That's what I would have done. Yeah, but it's not about hosting ITC. I think what I'm saying though is like this partnership with the ITC, they could have like, I think they should just bought like the algorithm basically. It feels like, I mean, eventually that's probably what's going to happen. But yeah, but GW streams are not sub to watch. Only the replays are sub to watch, right? You can watch live at a sub. You just can't, you can't comment at a sub. Yeah, but to be fair, Ariel, like WotC has always been way better on competitive. Like competitive Magic is like was an actual thing for a very long time, where people made a living out of it, where there's like cash prizes and like a huge tournament circuit. And like Magic is like much more suited for competitive play in the sense that like it's kind of designed for it, whereas like 40K is much more of like a general hobby, I guess. Like Magic is a competitive game by nature, like that's what it's designed to do, whereas 40K is not. There's a narrative piece to it, which is like a big part of it. It's my opinion though. Yeah, but like to stream, yeah, I feel you, Richard, but like I think that says more about like 40K as a that's why I think personally, this is what I'm saying, this is why I personally think that outside of like an event organizer basically streaming their own tournaments, if GW was a bigger player in the competitive community, they should be actually like covering costs for all the streaming of their own events. Like it's kind of crazy when you think about it, right? Like Wizards of the Coast, I think streams, like I assume Wizards of the Coast actually like pays for like their like the World Series and stuff to get streamed, right? I don't know. I'm not a Magic guy, but it seems weird to me that like third parties would be eating the cost to like promote the game when like Games Workshop really should be eating those costs. Yeah, dude, there's cameras, travel, hotels for like the like one event, you're talking 3 or 4 people minimum, hotels, travel, right? That's like $2,000-$3,000 just one event. That's just for like 4 or 5 people. There's probably more. You're streaming 3-4 tables, you probably need judges. Like you're gonna cover at least, most people at least their flights and hotels will get covered, even if they're not really getting paid. Plus all the equipment, like transport, storage, like dude, there's a million things. Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying though. Like when you say a third party company stuff in, do you mean like a third company party did it and WotC paid them, or do you mean a third company did it on their own money and like made their own money? Oh, nice, Adam. I honestly I finished the bottle of it on the weekend, and I'm sad now, and I only have some shitty tequila, so I have nothing to drink right now. Yeah, but like Asante, you gotta understand, and I won't speak for Val because he's a big boy, but if you've ever heard Val talk about what his goals are for streaming and what his goals are for competitive 40K as a esport, it's like to get it to esport level. And the War Games Lives guys are awesome, but it's not gonna get the game to where it needs to be from a production standpoint, because 40K just needs a lot more than what they're doing now. If you just want to stream one game, that's great, but like to actually get it to that esports level, you have to put in that production quality, and I'm sure Richard is gonna be able to correct me on a lot of the stuff. Right, so I just think that, yeah, it's cool what they did. You can watch, I think it's out there, bro, if you want. GW at Adepticon the year I won didn't stream the game, but some dude with a cell phone, because like they weren't streaming my game, my final against Steven Juice, some dude with a cell phone Facebook live streamed it, right? And people were like, oh, this is great, like we can watch the game. That's not like, yeah, that was like a thing, but like I don't think that's what like the goal is, you know what I'm saying? I think there's bigger aspirations. And that's like ultimately, Asante, I actually agree with you there. Like when you think about it, when the LVO, which is like the biggest basically event in the world, drew like 4,000, 4,500 people at the peak, right? It tells you a little something about the streaming. Now, I think the problem, and this is my opinion, I think if hey Timothy, thanks man. You can be my Valentine. I think if Games Workshop actually got involved and put in their like effort and their muscle, they could grow it, right? But I don't think that FLG, and no offense to the guys there, I don't think the guys at FLG are ever going to be able to grow the 40K esports scene like Games Workshop could. I think that's indisputable. And so if they really want to grow Warhammer 40K as an esport, Games Workshop has to lead the charge there. They have to be the ones that like create hype and marketing and promote it and prizes and they create the storylines and the drama, and then they bring in the production. And just like Valve did with Overwatch, or sorry, with Dota, and like all the companies that have successful esport games, that drive to build the esport wasn't driven by some third party. It was driven by the company themselves. So Blizzard with like Overwatch, Valve and Dota with Valve with like Dota, the guys that did Counter-Strike, who made Counter-Strike? Valve also made Counter-Strike, I think. Riot with League of Legends, right? It wasn't like John's PC shop that made League of Legends esport big. It was Riot, it was Blizzard, it was Valve. So if Warhammer ever has a chance to get to that level, FLG can't be the ones that are like like they're trying, but they're never gonna be the ones. The shoe just won't fit. Games Workshop needs to be the ones that like lead that charge, and until they like accept that, then I think it's always gonna the streaming part of the 40k kind of competitive scene is always gonna be that little niche thing, right? And that's no like hate on, like, that's not to say don't try. I think what FLG and what like Val are trying to do, and again, he can correct me, he's more than welcome, come on. I think what they're trying to do is show Games Workshop that there is a way to do it, and then maybe Games Workshop can take the lead, right? But ultimately, I think they're doomed to fail unless Games Workshop steps in. They have to be the leader, right? And then once it's established, once that like circuit and the format and like all the like things that we're still figuring out right now, it's a very new like concept, this like 40k streaming as a kind of esport. They're still figuring out things like player mics and like how many games to stream at once and like how to commentate and like table bosses. There's so many things that are like not being done well right now. Like, and you look at the LVO coverage, right? That it's hard to say it's not ready to go to prime time. But with enough like tinkering and figuring out, there probably is a formula of 40k that will eventually be able to like be like watchable both by like the average Joe, the average Warhammer fan who's not like a competitive nerd, and the competitive person, right? Because that's really like who you have to be able to attract. So how do you do that? Well, I mean, that's the fucking question of the century, right? Asante, I agree with you, but like those are solvable problems, right? Like you got to think bigger. So to give you an example, okay, so I'll just give you one example right now. You say games are so this is and this is, guys, just bear with me here. I'm gonna spitball, yeah. So Sante says 40k is not a good esport because it takes too long and it's far too much human error to reach that level. Okay, fair. Those are fair criticisms, and I agree with you. What if in 10th edition 40k the game is designed in such a way that a game takes 45 minutes, and just like say a Magic round, instead of playing one game, you play a best of 3. Right? You play 3 quick 45-minute games. It's almost like that scale and speed of game. Now that sounds crazy, right? You're like, is that even 40k we're talking about? Well, maybe the answer is no. Maybe that's a whole different game. But my point is, there is a way. The question is Games Workshop, or the people that build the game, willing to make the changes to the game to make it fast enough so that it is good at an esport, right? I don't know the answer to that. Second part is too much human error, right? What if, and again, this is just me like fan theorizing. What if 40k in the future was a blended, like I know there's that like that app that Val was plugging a little while ago. It was like that AR app where basically you can like project, they did a Kickstarter, I think, and basically you can put like circles and shit on the table, like AR, augmented reality. What if the future of 40k is some blend of technology and physical tactile things, to the extent that it's almost like playing a computer game from a rules and like precision standpoint, but with physical models. So the thinking of rules, even maybe the dice rolls, even maybe the like certain interactions are kind of taken out of the players' brains and put into some sort of like digital like computer. And what the players are responsible for is like the tactile movement of the models and the decision making, but all the like rules is basically done as an automatic calculation, or like it's done by an AI or an AR thing or whatever. Again, I'm just throwing this stuff out there. I'm not saying this is the game that I want to play or I want 40k to do that. My point is, we gotta, yeah, rightful ruler. I have no idea what happened to rightful ruler. I guess my point is, your question is, yeah, you're right. In its current form, I do agree with you. The game is too complicated. It's too slow. But if Games Workshop, like, it's kind of like an if you build it, they will come, right? I remember the X-Wing, like World Championships and stuff. Like those were like pretty big. Those are pretty big, like watched events. I remember, even I who don't watch X-Wing, I remember watching replays of those. And like that's because Fantasy Flight Games put a lot of effort into like creating a game that was like conducive to that. So who knows? Maybe it doesn't happen for 9th edition. Maybe it happens for maybe it happens for 10th edition, or sorry, maybe it doesn't happen for 10th edition, but maybe it happens for 11th edition or 12th edition, or maybe there's a reboot of the game and it's like it's shrunk down and quickened and stuff like that in the future. Right, for ruler, maybe, I don't know. Richard Batingo seems to think that they just got it, just started working. I know Kickstarter was only like a year ago. Yeah, but imagine they did a 40k Shadespire, but like at 40k scale, right? Stefan, yeah, I would, what I would do, Stefan, your best bet, to be honest, go to Goonhammer. Goonhammer, generally every Monday, go to Reddit. I know I'm gonna regret telling you something there. Reddit on Mondays, they do have a Meta Monday where they basically compile all the like top 3 or 4 winning lists from all the events, generally. And Goonhammer does a similar style article where they do competitive innovations, where they basically go through all the events and compile the lists as well. Those would be the other 2 places that I would look. Yeah. Imagine though, Corbs too, like they put RFIDs and stuff, right? Like RFIDs are a thing. Imagine like all bases had RFIDs in them, and like you could scan your units into the 3D map shit with the RFIDs in the bases, and then all of a sudden it's like you can project the game through cameras, can like LiDAR, I don't know, man, I'm just making up shit, names of technology that I've heard. It literally like scans the RFIDs and it knows the movement. Think of it, if we took Tabletop Simulator, think about it. If we took Tabletop Simulator and blended it into like a real world 3D AR version, where it's like some parts of Tabletop Simulator like that, or like the simulator parts, and then into the, like you could see that there's a thing there, right? The question is like who's gonna do it and when, and like etc etc. So I don't think it's a matter of like is it possible, I just think it's a matter of like you know. Yeah, that'd be, dude, man, that sounds awesome. I'd love a Yu-Gi-Oh style 3D projected, like, you know, in Star Wars how they have little claymation dudes. I don't know what the name of that game is, where he plays Chewbacca in the Falcon, something like that, you know. Yeah. Look, guys, I don't know anything about technology. I'm just throwing RFIDs out there as like as an example. I'm sure there's like, fuck, you could put AirTags in all your models and have them tracked that way. My point is, like, there is technology, or eventually will be, where we could like digitally track tabletop movements from like a top down, and then have that feed into basically like an AR table, where the players basically and then a lot of the like rule stuff happens kind of either digitally or like, okay, so think about this. Have you guys, I've never played Magic Online or Hearthstone, but like, if you guys have ever watched videos of people play it, which I have because I'm a weirdo, even though I don't play those games, sometimes I like to watch YouTube videos of them. If you ever see Magic the Gathering Online, it's basically real Magic, but completely digital. And like, if you think about how complicated the rules interactions are in real life Magic, it's like more complicated than 40k. The amount of like card text and like special rules and like process and procedures and tap phases and like there's so much like process in and there's obviously different formats on online, so like you're gonna have all sorts of different card effects and stuff, but somehow they manage to do it, right? Somehow they manage, I can play online Magic and I can create a deck of real cards that are real, and they perform exactly like they do when I read the text that has like a lot of like words on it to my opponent. So like if they can take all of the rules of Magic the Gathering and all the different cards and digitize them to the point where the computer knows that like it won't let you do illegal things with those cards, because like the game knows like what it's allowed to do and what it's not allowed to do. If they can do that with Magic the Gathering, which I think is probably more complex like than 40k as far as like number of rules, then I think they can definitely do that for 40k, right? It doesn't seem that you could put all the units in with all their interactions, and there would be a system, an engine that could basically like manage that, right? So that when the AR sees like say I don't know Steven, I don't know, man. I haven't watched, I don't own sorry, I've never played either game. I think I mean Arena. That's the one where like you get packs and you get gold and then there's like rankings and stuff. I don't know which one I've watched. But it's I'm pretty sure it's the one that's like all digital. But my point is, somehow Magic Arena, for the most part, have managed to take all the cards that are physical and like translate them into a game engine that allows people to play that game, which is a physical tactile game with a lot of really complicated rules text on a computer, and the computer won't let them do things for the most part unless there's like a bug, obviously, that's like illegal or like broken, right? That same like technology could easily be translated to 40k. Well, I mean, sure, dude. Are you really pretending like that's like a scenario that can't happen? That already exists in like a million different games, where basically you get a digital code that gives you like physical access to a card or like cards or whatever, right? I mean, the 40k app is that, right? You don't get your rules until you have the digital code from the physical book. It's literally exactly what the 40k app is. You can't buy the digital code, which is ridiculous. You have to buy the physical book. I'll be right back. You guys are oh shit. Oh. Battery. There we go. Whoops. Good. It overheated? I don't think so. That was weird. I figured You guys have inspired me for some reason since I've been having fun with you to order some beers. I love the internet. Order beers and drink by myself on Valentine's Day with my Twitch audience. The Steam? More Steam. And that's what you need. Richard, you're a camera dude. Here's a question for any camera people. And maybe this is dumb, and I think I know this. So the f-stop on my camera, the f-stop on my camera controls the depth of field plus the amount of light. So the higher the f-stop, the deeper the depth of field, but the less light that gets in. How do I need a different lens so that, like, at my desk right now, so for instance right now I'm at 5.6 f-stop, and if I go any higher, so let's say f-stop 10, it gets really dark, right? I don't want. Well, let's go to, like, say f-stop 9, and then in order to have it brighter, I have to either increase the exposure, which I don't like because it changes the frames, you can see the frames, or I have to increase the ISO, which makes it look grainy. So this is grainy, kind of. I don't know if you guys can tell it's grainy, but I can tell it's grainy. Is there a certain lens I can get so that I can have, with the same amount of light, I can have a deeper depth of focus, but not have to increase the light or the ISO or the shutter, or lower the shutter speed? Because basically what I'm trying to do is I want basically from my desk to, like, this height to stay in focus when I stream without me having to constantly adjust the manual zoom. And I don't like to use the auto zoom because sometimes it, like, I can use the auto zoom for a bit so you guys can see how it functions. I generally don't like the auto zoom because I just feel like I can't really control it. It, like, zooms in on weird spots, and sometimes so like this. For tuning in, by the way, we got about 30 people watching. Happy Valentine's Day to y'all. If you're liking the content, make sure to throw me a follow on Twitch. Subscription on YouTube costs you absolutely nothing. Makes me happy. Happy Valentine's Day, guy. Little less lonely on Valentine's Day. I had a pretty interesting weekend. Actually, maybe I shouldn't talk about this in public, but I'm gonna anyways because I like to give you guys the Yeah, that's basically my love life in a nutshell right now. Calling the police on girls. And many of you are wondering, well, Jim, why didn't you just open the door and talk to her? Well, she's a little bit unwell. As I was saying, I'm attracted to, or I don't say I'm attracted to specifically, but I seem to attract, or at least end up with, girls that are slightly, you know, a little bit off sometimes. And yeah, and I was trying. I tried to be like, I was very, you know, like I'm not a mean person, so I was very polite. Like, you know, I was like, hey, this isn't really working out for me, and like, I don't think it's gonna kind of work out. And she was like, insisting that she come see me, and I'm like, no, I don't want to see you. And she's like, I want to come over, I want to talk to you, and I'm like, no, I'm okay. Like, there's nothing to talk about. Like, good luck. Have fun, like best of luck, no hard feelings. And next thing I know, she's buzzing my door from my buzzer, and I didn't obviously open her, but I guess somebody let her in to the building. And then next thing I know, she's like banging outside my house, my door. And I was like, hey, if you don't leave, I'm gonna call the police. Like, you gotta leave. And I gave her like a good 20 minutes of like, hey, you gotta get out of the building. Like, she's kind of screaming in the hallway, causing a scene. Like, he's like, you gotta go, like, you're trespassing. And eventually I called the police. I wasn't worried about my physical safety because she's like 90 pounds, so I don't think she could have hurt me, but I didn't want to hurt her, right? Like, I knew if I opened the door, she would try to like push her way in, and I would like try to resist her entry, and I didn't want to get in a situation where I had to like restrain her or like grab her or like hurl her out of my house, because I knew that would end up with me being in like trouble and potentially like in a bad situation where I had to like physically like handle this girl. She was very like kind of unwell in that sense, so that's why I called the police. I wasn't worried so much for my safety, I was just worried for her safety. And like, I didn't want to be in a situation where it was like I ended up hurting her, and then it's like, oh yeah, I'm a wife beater, you know what I'm saying? So that was a really shitty Monday, last Monday. And as a result, my Valentine's is with you guys instead of with someone else. And thankfully, I'm happy about that, to be honest. I made a joke to my friends. They were saying, I was like, I only date between February 15th and Christmas, because that way I don't have to buy anything for girls for Valentine's Day, and I don't have to buy anything for Christmas. So in between February 15th and basically December 24th, that's like my dating season. And then if I need to break up the girl, you got to do it before those days. You know what I'm saying? That's just smart. Yeah, I mean, we have cameras in my hallway, so it's not like I just didn't like. She's tiny, right? She's probably like 90 pounds, like 5'2", 5'1", and I knew she was like in a head state where if I opened the door, she would try to like push herself in, because that's the fact that she was willing to like come from wherever she was all the way to my house, breaking my like basically trespass into my building. It made me, and then she like basically stalked me on like, I had to block her on like all my social media and stuff, and she was like messaging me on like my personal Instagram, my painting Instagram, my Duplicity's paint Instagram, messaging me on Twitter, messaging me on Facebook, messaging me on this, that, the other thing. So I literally had to like keep blocking her. She kept finding like different social medias that I was on, and I kept having to block her. It was very unwell behavior, but it's okay. Okay, so that's a bunch of jargon. Do you have an Amazon link for me, or like a name? That's the type of camera. I'm gonna try to put this in Google. Oh, lens. I have a Canon, I think. Canon. Okay, let's see here. Holy shit. Dude, that thing's $3,000. That's a telephoto zoom lens. Is there like a small, cheap one? Those are like, the cheapest one is $2,800, $2,000. That's a telephoto lens. I just need like a macro lens, bro. Asante, yes, I've ordered, this is what Richard wants me to buy, Madman. Is this correct? Those are the stats, right? Look at that thing. That thing is gonna be like this long. Man, you crazy. Isn't there like a nice, cheap, off-the-shelf lens I can get that will help me here? So Asante, I've ordered the bases from MicroArt, so I'll show you guys the bases that I have. MicroArt Studio. So these are the bases that I've ordered. So MicroArt Studio is a really cool place. I think they're in Germany. The Arcane is like, they have all these different types of bases, right? These are all like different themes. The ones I'm using are called Arcane. This one's here. So they have squares, but then they have rounds. So I've ordered, I think like 30 of these. It's like of these rounds. Those are the 28s, but then I've also ordered like a bunch of bigger ones, round ones, other kinds of things. So they're on their way. I think they've shipped already. So they should be here soon, hopefully before I even buy any Aspect Warriors. But yeah, I will be basing them. I'm tempted. Everything I've based so far, I'm not going to rebase. But like anything new after this, because I assume the Guardians come on the 28th, and I assume all the Aspect Warriors come on the 28th. The Scouts I think are on 28th as well. So I'll probably leave everything new. I'm gonna put on the proper base, but I don't want to not base my stuff I finished already. And technically it's still legal base sizes. So hopefully no one gives me grief. I don't think the 3mm is going to make a huge difference. So this is the questions I have, Richard, is like, you say I probably, but I don't know, right? And I don't want to go buy, like my whole camera, it's not a super expensive camera. It's a Rebel ES5. It's a good little camera. I think it costs $800 with the lens. I think it costs like $800 with the lens. So like, for me to spend another $3,000 on the actual camera is a lot. The beer is here. All right, one moment, guys. I'm just gonna. One moment. Camera. Be right back. All right, I'm back, guys. See my beer clearly in the window. How do I turn this back up? All right. Happy Valentine's Day. Yeah, but I think listen to me. I'm not a streamer, really. I'm not looking for like 40k streaming. I just want something for my little desk. Drinking some Sapporo Japanese beer, my favorite. Cheers. Happy Valentine's Day, guys. Boom. Tasty. Does anyone else drink by themselves and paint by themselves and talk by themselves? Does that make me weird? Maybe. I think I'm normal. All right. How are we looking? I love these pro acrylic colors, guys. Like, this doesn't look perfect right now, and it's not going to. I'm going to go back and do a little bit of like smoothing out of the blends. I wouldn't even call them blends. It's more just layering, because I'm a pretty lazy painter. I don't really do like wet blends. I do more like layering and stuff. But the pro acryl paints, they like, I don't know if it's like what is about them, but just with some water, they like, their properties of like translucency, is that a property? They're just so they're so smooth. They blend kind of so smooth together, like effortlessly almost. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have to. I don't put in a lot of. Yeah. Well, I was supposed to starting today, start working out, going on a dry streak for a month, and look how that turned out. I need to lose about 15 pounds by end of April. I'm going to a wedding in Cabo. I think it's doable. I just got to start like now. But the problem is I need to like actually stop drinking and stop like being a degenerate, which is the hard part. So the part was like I don't know, like a lot of national beers I don't love. Like you know, when you go to like a lot of like European countries, they have national beers, but Sapporo is just like, I don't know, it's like, it's surprisingly tasty. Do you guys have I was with some Irish dudes on Saturday night, and they bought a 24 pack of Old Milwaukee on purpose. Like they purposely bought a 24 pack of Old Milwaukee, and I was like, I get that you guys are from Ireland, but like, that's literally like one of the worst beers in existence. And like, it's not that much, like, there's like infinitely better beers for like marginally better cost. And I just didn't understand people that like drink just like the most horrendous tasting, you know, like I like a good craft beer here and there, and I don't think like you need to drink a craft beer every time. But like Old Milwaukee, come on guys. You're bringing great shame to the country. Oh, that's awesome, Stefan, man. Good for you, dude. You should join the, if you're not in the Fit 40K group, you should join it. I don't know if you know about it, but there's one on Facebook called Fit 40K. And I'm part of it. When I'm slightly more healthy, I usually post stuff in there, my exercising and stuff. Asante, I do have some oils. I have about like 3 or 4 different oil paints. And I've used them in small I guess projects and small applications, terrain as well, especially. Yeah, I basically restarted it, and I think like one of the other guys from basically because just to like we were all basically fat over COVID, so we I think like Adam Abramowitz started it, and we were all fat over COVID, so we started this Fit 40K group to like keep ourselves accountable. But then it like grew, and now there's like quite a few people in it. There's a few hundred members, I think, and it's all just like, it's all like basically Warhammer players that are like at different stages of the fitness journey. Some people are like, you know, really just starting, and they're like, you know, they got a lot of weight to lose. Some people are like fucking athletes, but everyone's like super supportive and like super encouraging. Like you post, hey, I just went to the gym today, or hey, I went for a walk today. You don't have to like post gains or big things or like shirtless pics. you basically just chat in the group and talk about your struggles, and you know, if you've done something, you'll throw it in there and show a picture, and people are super encouraging and super and then there's, if you need advice, there's like quite a few people in there that are like trainers or like nutritionists that like are happy to give advice and stuff on like if you want it. Obviously, if you just want to kind of, and then a lot of people just are in the group and they don't post, but there's women and men too. It's not just like a girls or a dudes group. There's like, it's I was gonna call it bisexual. I'm like, that's not the right word. It's a bisexual group. I meant to say it's like co-ed, I guess. That would be funny if it was a bisexual group. But yeah, it's a really cool group. I haven't posted much in it lately, but because I've been not fit, I've been fat. But my plan is to start again. Probably tomorrow. I keep saying that. So Richard, answer me this though, like, can I just put that kind of lens on my camera? Like, does my camera take like, are all lenses built pretty much the same? Not like obviously a Sony lens, but like, can I get like third-party aftermarket cameras lenses, or like does Canon the only one that makes lenses for my camera? Does that make sense? What I'm asking? Like, where can I, essentially what I'm trying to figure out is like, where can I get a cheapo version of that lens? And is it available somewhere besides like Canon? I could just go into the photography store and like there's a dude there that sells cameras, big photo nerd. I could ask him, but it's better to just ask you guys. I thought about getting another camera for this. It's just a webcam, but I don't really need it. It's just my vanity, wanting cool stuff. Asante, what have you been using your oil paints on? Tell me. Because I use them for terrain basically, and then a little bit of pin washing on a few projects. But I haven't really used them for much more than that. Also, thanks everyone that's participating in the chat. Makes me feel slightly, I know there's like 20 of you or so watching, but it always makes me feel slightly less lonely when you guys are interacting and talking and chatting. I don't feel like such a psychopath just basically chatting to myself for what's been almost 2.5 hours now. I've been streaming. The longer stream, that's okay. Also, Richard, when are you gonna play Final Fantasy again, man? I've been waiting for you, bro. You broke your promise, man. No one's talking. I'm by myself. Nice. What do you think of Lost Ark? I think it's, so I thought about picking it up, but like, I think I'll wait till it goes the like actual launch where it's like fully free to play, because obviously I don't want to pay for the founder shit, but like, obviously it's super hype right now. That's all right. You guys don't have to chat. I'll chat, but I just know you're there, which is nice. I'm actually really excited for, like, obviously Final Fantasy 14 I've been playing a lot. Final Fantasy 7 Remake. I thought the free-to-play launch was delayed. Or did it launch today? I thought the free-to-play launch was delayed because it was like the non-free-to-play launch was like so crazy. I didn't realize it was like out. I thought just the like Founders Edition versions were out, where it's like you have to pay. Oh, okay. So now you can just play it normally, free to play. Do you think like I don't feel like I have time for it right now because I'm right now playing Final Fantasy 14, but like the nice thing about Final Fantasy 14 is like it's not a huge time commitment outside of like I'm raiding right now. Well, my raid group fell apart, but I was raiding about 2 to 3 times a week, or only like a few hours a night. And then outside of that, like besides crafting, there's not much I do. So I know there's lots to do, but I don't like I have other things to do. I'm waiting for Elden Ring, which I have on pre-order. So once that comes out, I'm going to be spending a lot of time playing that. Obviously, Warhammer 3 is also out. I'll probably pick that up, although probably after I beat Elden Ring. And then I still have to pick up, and so I bought I think I told you guys, I bought a PlayStation 5 a little while ago. And I still want to and I bought it specifically for Bloodborne, and I bought it for Final Fantasy 7. And then literally like a week after I bought it, they announced Final Fantasy 7 on PC. So I think I'm probably going to just end up rebuying Final Fantasy 7 on PC and play it on PC because it's my preferred platform, and also I can have Tifa mods, which is basically the most important thing to me, is that me and my waifu Tifa can spend as much quality time together as possible. But yeah, Total War. So there's like a lot of games coming up. Plus, like obviously, I want to continue to play Paint. So now, with all that said, I'm not working right now, which is nice. But I don't want to just spend all my days at home playing video games, right? Or do I? Do I? I honestly, dude, I don't know how you do it, Adam. I literally, for the life of me, cannot play. Like, I don't know if I'm just like a boomer now, but like, for the life of me, I cannot play. I'm not very good at like consoles, like controller games, because I'm just not good at using controllers. Like, I don't know if it's like years of mouse and keyboard, but like the idea for me to play a first-person shooter on a console, it's like abhorrent to me. Like, to play a first-person shooter without a mouse and a keyboard, I don't even know how people do it. It hurts my brain to think about it. So like, kudos to you for being a Halo guy. I literally, my dumb old boomer body parts cannot, like, it's like, you know how you have to like do, you have to, yeah, I can't do it. So I'm not sure how you guys do it. Stefan, man, I'm like, look, I was one of the biggest Skyrim lovers when it came out. I played the shit out of Skyrim. And like, I love the fact that it's so moddable. But guys, man, it's been 10 years. Like, there's so many better games. There's so many other games out there. The like never-ending Skyrim mod treadmill is like literally like ridiculous. Skyrim, it feels like every time I look, there's a new crazy Skyrim mod with like new, yeah. So it's crazy. Witcher 3 as well. So okay, so perfect example, guys. So I bought so I played Witcher 3 start to finish, beat it on my PC, and then I bought a 4K TV, right? Like a nice big screen TV, and my PC's hooked up to my TV. So when I want to watch like movies off my PC, I can go to my like couch and switch the source to my TV or to my PC and watch 4K TV or movies or whatever, right? but I also bought a Xbox controller for my PC so I could play certain games on my PC with a controller, thinking like, oh, because originally when I started playing Dark Souls, so I've played all 3 Dark Souls plus Sekiro, beat them all, including the bosses, optional bosses, minus Sword Saint Ishin on Sekiro, which I will eventually beat. And I did all mouse and keyboard. But every time I watch people play like walkthroughs or videos, it seemed like everyone was playing with controller, even on PC. And it seemed unanimously that controller made the game easier on PC to play Dark Souls or like any of those From Software games. So I was thinking, okay, well, why don't I get a Xbox controller for my PC? That way I can play like Sekiro with a controller, or I can play other certain games that are better with controller on PC, just with a controller. So Witcher 3 is a good example. I played and beat Witcher 3 on... the story's going somewhere, trust me. I played and beat Witcher 3 with mouse and keyboard, got my TV, and then got this joystick, and I thought, you know what? This would be really nice to replay Witcher 3 with a controller, but I can play it on my TV because I have a good video card now. So I can sit on my couch with a controller and replay Witcher 3. I literally didn't make it past the tutorial of Witcher 3 on my couch with my controller because of how frustrated I was with how hard it was for me to like literally do anything on the controller. So I was like trying to navigate like around like the basic you're in Kaer Morhen at the start of the tutorial where you have to like do some basic shit. I literally made it like 45 minutes into the tutorial of the like second of my replay with the controller on my couch, where I was like, this is too frustrating, and I literally was like, I'm not gonna play this with the controller. I'm gonna play with mouse and keyboard. That's how like I'm gonna say retarded I am with like mouse and keyboard or with a controller. Like literally, I have no like, I'm just like complete boomer, useless like old man. Like I don't know what the hell to do. So is there what do I do? Do I just give up completely? Or do I like force myself to play these games until I'm good at them? What's the answer? Any suggestions for me, chat? Yeah, it's like, the problem is like, and no joke, I was very poor growing up. Not really a joke. I was very poor growing up, and even like through high school. So like we never had like a console. We always had a computer because my dad was like a computer guy. Oh, I am PC Master Race. My dad was a computer guy, so we always had a computer. Never like a great computer, but a computer, because my dad does like work in like IT. But the last console I ever owned before my PS5, no joke, was a Sega Genesis that I got for my 10th birthday in 1994. And that had 3 buttons, A, B, C, and a D-pad. So it required your 2 thumbs. That's it. Right? So I grew up on consoles where I needed 2 thumbs and the rest of my fingers sat there. So the first time I picked up, I remember playing, and then I used to play some N64, and that was like slightly, but like I played a lot of N64 at my neighbor's house because he had an N64, so I used to always go there after school, play N64. And then that was again in like grade 8, 9. And then I didn't touch a console for like 20 years. So basically, picking up a Xbox controller or a PS5 controller, it was like a button for every finger, and it was like my brain was just like, how do I move every finger at once and press all buttons at once? And like it like, and plus the 2 like roundy joystick thingamajiggers, it literally like my brain just like is like too boomer. Nice, dude. I got so I had, oh, I'll be right back, 1 second. I'll tell you the story about my Game Boy. So I had a Game Boy, original Game Boy that I got in I believe 1990. So I'm 37. So in 1990 I think I was 7. And my mom went down to Seattle, Washington, and she came back with a Game Boy. I think at the time it was like $200, which for like modern day console sounds crazy expensive, because like the power. But you gotta remember, like, everything was so expensive like that. Like my first computer I remember my mom bought was a I think it was like I can't remember the brand. It was like HP or like ATI or something like that, and it was $3,000. Like, she paid $3,000 for our very first computer, and it was a Pentium 100 with like 8 megabytes of RAM. So like, shit was expensive back then, right? But I got this Game Boy Color, or Game Boy Original, and it had 2 games on it. I had Tetris, and I had Castlevania Adventure, I think. And then I had I got this RoboCop game, which, like, I don't know if you guys remember, but like video games in the 90s were so fucking hard. Like, so hard. And like, granted, I was like 10 years old and like didn't really like have like the gaming like ability and or experience that I do now. But like, I feel like just games in general were very like brutal and like unforgiving, and like they're like, you know, they were very like action. They're very like Twitch based. Like, it wasn't really like a lot of story stuff. It was like you just had to be like have really good hand-eye coordination and stuff. And so I remember getting this RoboCop game, and I literally, I'm not even joking, for like 2 years of my life, I tried oh no, I'm getting to the Pokemon aesthetics. I'll get there in a sec. So this is right when I got the Game Boy. So for like 2 years of my life, I couldn't get past this like level. There's like this RoboCop Game Boy game, and I couldn't get past level level 3. Like, it didn't matter how this fucking game. This is the game. RoboCop. Fucking hard, man. When did it come out? This game came out in 1998. Anyway, so I couldn't get by this like level 2 in this RoboCop game for literally like 2 years of my life, right? And I just gave up eventually. But I remember very distinctly in 1995, I got when Pokemon Red came out. It was like crazy Pokemon, and I was like big into Pokemon because I used to watch it as a kid, right? And I don't know if you guys remember, if you're old enough, but like when Pokemon Red and Blue came out, they were like impossible to get. Like, you had to literally, like, it was like today. So I remember literally scouring Costco's and like Radio Shacks and Future Shops. Those are the stores they had back in the day. And like, finally I managed to get a copy of Pokemon Red, obviously Red because Charmander is Bouse. And yeah, I played the shit out of that. I used to literally play that game day and night till like the batteries would like die, and like yeah, it was great. So I did play Pokemon Red. That was one of the few Game Boy games I had. But I remember having like the original Pokemon Red from release, right? There's the cloak. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a little blending on the. These Pro Acryl paints, they like blend so easily. I'm gonna do wet palette here. Yeah, so hardest games I remember ever playing as a kid was Pokemon. Sorry, this RoboCop game, and then I had this game for my Genesis called Bob. It sounds really stupid, but it's basically Bob Sega. It was like about game. Bob Sega Genesis. Okay, so this is the game. It was so weird. EOB. Electronic Arts. This was the game. Check this out. This was the game. B.O.B. I don't even know what it standed for. There's like a side scroller where you played like a bug. And it was like literally one of the hardest games I've ever played. And I could never get past like certain levels. And obviously back then, right? Like you had to leave your console on because you couldn't save shit. Right? So I would like I would get like super far in these games. And then in the living room, I would like be like, guys, don't turn off the Sega. I'm like in the middle of the game. And then like someone would go and fucking turn off the Sega. And you'd lose all your progress. It's devastating. I'm sure you guys remember that, right? Turning off the TV but leaving the console on. The only game I think I really finished back then, like beat legit without cheat codes, was Sonic 2 from start to finish. That felt really good from a Genesis. I'm pretty sure I didn't ever beat any other game. Because games were just that fucking hard back then, you know? Oh, Dolphin, dude. Echo the Dolphin. Yes. I remember that game. On Genesis. I had that. I think I played that a bunch too. Echo the Dolphin, I do remember. Or remember Sequest DSV? Remember that show? And they had like, I think there's a Genesis game. From Sequest DSV. If you guys ever remember playing that. That was a fun game. And a fun show, actually. What's his name was in it? He was like the heartthrob at the time. How's the autofocus been, by the way? Been actually not bad, I guess. Haven't really had to zoom in too much. Oh yeah, what's the guy? I know who you're talking about. The captain. Of course he would be in a submarine movie. Man, those are some good shows. The CGI back then too. Roy Scheider. Is he alive still? Airborne with the knowledge, man. Nice job, bro. So what I'm doing now, for those of you guys wondering, you madmen, since this is technically a painting channel, I've got a little bit of my pro acrylics rolls here. I'm basically just gonna make like a little wash, and I'm gonna kind of glaze the. So what I've done here, let's see if you guys can see. I basically painted. It's not hard to see with the lighting. Let me see if I can give you guys a little bit better look. We'll go high f-stop. I'll darken it so you can see. Oh, there we go. So you can see the layers. It's kind of like you can kind of tell the layer differences. I've painted it, and that's okay. The pro acryls are quite translucent, and from like a tabletop, that actually looks good. But I want to take it one step further. I really want to smooth out the, like, you can see the different layer lines. Yeah, everything so far is pro acryl basically, except a little bit of desert brown yellow in the armor, and then the Sotek green. And the only reason I'm using this is because I have a huge set of army painter paints that I won at LVO for Hobby Track a few years ago, and they're basically brand new. So whenever there's like something that's like fairly generic and I just need as like either a base coat or like a dark color, I'll try to like use the paints that are not that, I guess, important to me. Sorry, Adam Bremwitz. So basically all I use this for is to darken my pro acryl paints and to kind of use a base coat. It doesn't have great coverage, to be honest, so I don't use it a ton. Basically what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make, here, I'll do it on camera. This is just Lamian medium, 2 drops, and then this is a little secret. Well, it's not that secret. It's just a little drop of airdrop. This is airbrush thinner. That's going to help break the surface tension a bit. I'm going to take a bit of my green, like that, and a little bit of this one, like that. And then basically what I'm going to do is I'm making like a very thin wash. I'll put a little bit of water, not a ton of water. And the key here is to not have too much paint on your brush, because if you do, it's going to pool and you don't want that. You want like a glaze. So I've created this kind of glaze. This kind of it's what I describe as like a mid-tone glaze. And what I'm going to do is take my brush and see how thin it is. And see how little paint I'm gonna have. So basically, I don't want to really darken it, but what I want to do is I want to kind of blend everything. So I'm gonna take it and I'm just gonna kind of paint it. Over these kinds of areas where there's like the blend, where the layer lines. I'm basically just gonna paint this. What this does, this like very thin like mid-tone glaze, is it kind of pulls everything together. Don't worry, I will go back. And it kind of darkens a little bit because I did go quite extreme with my highlights. It's going to kind of darken the dark. It's going to lighten the, darken the light areas and lighten the dark areas, if that makes sense, because it's a mid-tone. So it doesn't really have like a strong effect on, it has like a different effect depending on the layer that it's like covering. But on the very dark areas, obviously it's lighter, so it's going to lighten them. And then on the very dark areas, it's lighter. So did I just say that? On the very light areas, it's going to darken them, and then on the very dark areas, it's going to lighten them. And what that does is it's going to pull together all these layers. So instead of doing this like super arduous wet blend and all this nonsense, where I have to like sit there and like fucking blend everything together, I basically just am doing like a very thin glaze. And what that's going to do is it's going to kind of pull everything together. And I can kind of repeat that process. So if I notice that there's like, say a spot here that's still a little bit like showing, like it's still a little bit like, you can see the lines of the layers a little bit, I can kind of do that again, go back over it, over just that seam, right? So there's like that seam in between where I see the two different colors separate. So you guys actually get real painting tips on this channel. It's not just me talking shit for fucking 2.5 hours. So anywhere where I feel like here, obviously make sure you let the layers dry a little bit, because you don't want to like smudge it while it's still drying. But, like you'll notice like, so a good example would be like, I don't know, here, you guys can see, so if I can zoom in, I'll go full zoom. I guess auto zoom. Okay, so here for instance, you'll notice there's like a little bit of like a layer line. I'm just gonna take this, I'm just gonna kind of paint it in there. I'll just do one more pass. And one more pass. And that's gonna help kind of tie everything down and smooth out my highlights. Okay. What base is that? Like the base or the base color? I'm gonna grab a beer. Base. They're called Arcane bases from Micro Art Studios. I went, if you, I mean, you were, I don't know if you're here on the stream, but I went through, I went to the website and everything a little while ago on there. So then what I'm going to do, while I pour my beer, is I'm going to kind of repeat this process, but now with my glaze. So I'm going to pull this out a bit so you guys can see. I'm going to take my glaze and I'm going to add some of my yellow. I want to brighten this glaze. And I'm basically going to, now I'm going to add a bunch of yellow to it because I want the same thing but brighter. And I'm going to kind of go back and I'm going to add a little bit more water, because as you add paint, make sure to add some water, a little bit of thinner. And again, the reason I'm using not just pure water is because water dries. This might sound stupid, or sorry, this might sound like obvious, but the way water dries is very, in a particular way. And the way that the mediums dry or the thinners dry is in a particular way. And the reason that often we'll use these chemicals is to manipulate the drying the way that the water dries. so that it doesn't leave like watermarks, is what they call them, and it dries in like a very even kind of like consistent manner. So you end up with very smooth, like you don't end up with like kind of watermarks or puddles. It also affects the surface tension of the paint so that it's nice and smooth and not like splotchy, I guess is the best way to describe it. And I'm going over it, I'm kind of just reinforcing my highest highlights with this kind of light yellow glaze. Like that. And that's going to kind of pull my the highlights, which I muted due to that like wash, are going to kind of pop again, because I do want these to have kind of a bit of a pop on the tabletop. I'm just waiting. This is still not quite dry. What you'll also find is airbrush thinner does have a it's a retardant. I'm always like weird about like saying that. I'm like, it's retarded. It's a retarder, which means it slows the drying time of the paints. So just be mindful of that when you're like factoring in like how much time it's going to take between layers. Sometimes you might like get a bit too aggressive, like I probably am right now, and do it a bit too fast before it's fully dry. But just keep that in mind, is that the airbrush thinner does actually have a like retarder in it, so that it slows the drying time a bit. Here we go. You can see the blends are like a lot smoother, I guess, if that makes sense. See if you can see it up here. And then if I'm not happy with the smoothness, you can see how smooth those are, I can always go back and like do the opposite. So in this case, what I did was I added bright color to my wash. But say I'm not happy with the shadow, I want the shadow a little bit darker, I can kind of do the opposite of what I just did. So I'm going to take a bit of my very bright wash and add a bunch of my green to it and make like a dark version, and basically do it in reverse. So a super thin version that's like very translucent, and paint that right into the crevices. Like that. So it's like, let's say I wanted a bit darker, like that. And just kind of, this is like, I guess, what I call blending. I know a lot of people like to do like two brush blending or like wet blending or like all this other stuff. For me, this is like blending. It's like, blending isn't the name of a technique, or sorry, it's not the name of like a specific technique. It's more of an effect. It's like taking two colors and making them look like one color. So some people do that by using wet paints. I like to do this method because I just find it a little bit easier and just like less work, I guess. I want to go even a little darker, so add a little bit more of my green. I don't know if you guys even find this helpful, or if you guys, but again, really thin, just in the darkest areas. Let's see here, just there. There, just there. Oh shit. Yeah. All right, and that's kind of the cloak, right? That's like, this model is like 90% done at this point, because these Eldar models, the great thing about them is that they're like so much cloak. Now what I'll probably do is I'm just gonna go with some straight yellow at this point, and just do like a very thin, almost like an edge highlight, just to pick out the very tips, like here, I do want that really extra bright crispness. No, I don't really have specs. I just use a Canon ES-05 Rebel, I guess. EOS Rebel SL3, I think. And it's just like the basic, the default lens, like the lens it came with. And basically, yeah, I don't think you need like a fancy, like this stream quality. I don't know how you guys find the stream quality of the visuals. I know it's definitely not web. It's better than, like, I know some streamers use like webcams. I wanted to go a little bit more fancy than that, but you can definitely even use, like, I tried with a 4K webcam. I have a Brio, which is what my front cam is right now, my face cam. And I just found it wasn't, even though it's a quote unquote 4K camera, it didn't have the like, it just couldn't capture like the, I don't know, webcams are weird, but like even though it's a 4K camera and this feed that you're seeing is a 1080p feed, although I can do 4K on this camera, but the thing is with this camera, this is, I stream at 1080p 60 FPS, which I like because I feel like it's higher quality than if I do like 720p or something else. Like a lot of streamers, paint streamers, they do like 720p or they do like other things. I like the 60 FPS 1080p. I think it looks good personally, and I think it's enough. Obviously, that's the max you get on Twitch or whatever. If I could get another camera, I would get one that has 4K output at 60 FPS. And that way I can downscale to 1080p, but I could still like capture like more surface area or more detail. Although I guess, again, I'm not a camera person, like an audio, what do you call them, a video file. I'm not really sure, like, I don't really know enough about it. And I'd love someone that like did know a lot about cameras and stuff to like educate me a bit more. And I've done my research, but like, again, it's very rudimentary. I basically looked at like other painters and like what kind of specs they needed. But by definitely there's painters that like, especially ones that do like painting videos, where they do like, they record in 4K or whatever, and then they stream at like, I don't know, like high quality. Everyone, why do you ask? Are you looking to get a camera? Yeah, I mean, here's what I'll tell you. My iPhone. So when I'm just taking like quick photos of my phone, of my models for like Instagram or like the internet, generally I find I do notice a difference between my iPhone and my SLR. But the thing is, my SLR is hooked up to a rig. I'll see if you guys can kind of see it. So it's hooked up to this like rig, this big arm, and then there's like cables and stuff. So like it's a bit of a pain in the ass to like unscrew, just to take like a single front shot. If I am really like wanting to do it, I will. But generally I will just use my iPhone for 90% of stuff, and I have an iPhone 11 with Tifa, my girl Tifa, in the background. But yeah, I definitely do notice a difference between using my SLR and my iPhone for model photos. So if you're really into it, then, but like this camera with lens was like $750 off Amazon Canadian. So I think you could get a decent camera for like around that. And they come with like full kits on Amazon. What's my take on Shadowrunners, Asian Viking? Well, that's a really good question. Why don't we pull up the datasheet for the Shadowrunners, since I have the box. And I've technically I haven't even really opened it. So let's pull up the old data sheet. See what we got here. This is how new my Eldritch Omens is. It's still in the packaging. Alright, Mr. Shroudrunner. I literally have no idea what they do, to be honest. Evan, thanks, man. Thanks for joining. Thanks for all the discussion, dude. I appreciate it. Good luck in the keto journey. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow in stream. If not, Godspeed. Alright, what do we got in here? This is the instruction manual. I'll zoom out here. Let's see here. This is instructions. Pretty cool. You know what's actually really cool about the Eldar stuff? You can assemble the scouts in quite a few different ways. Like there's so I have 2 sets, and basically I can almost make all the scouts different. There's lots of different heads too. Like there's multiple poses, which is cool. All right, so let's check this out. Let me ask you. Yeah, I'm in the 40k syndicate. Although I paid a cool 230 Canadian for this. Let's see here. Rules. Okay, here we go. Shadowrunners. Alright. Too bright? Let me see if I can turn off the camera. Oh, no, that's not good. That on. Deck. Where you guys? It's coming. Alright, zoom in. Alright, so Shadowrunners. Movement 16 I like. Weapon skill 3, ballistic skill 2. That's nice, right? Strength 3, T4. 3 wounds, T4. So let's see, you got 1 long rifle and 1 scatter laser and 1 pistol. They are not vehicles. So they're going to be hitting on 3s. Right? Because it's heavy weapons on infantry, if I'm correct, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I forget 40k, but I'm pretty sure because they are not vehicles. Oh no, bikers. Do you suffer the -1 on bikers for heavy weapons? Can someone tell me? And then they have battle focus, so they get the extra D6, the 6-inch auto advance, which is nice, so they can move 22 inches. Biker doesn't take the penalty, are you sure? Scatter laser I like. Shuriken pistol I like. They get a normal move at the. So this is why I think they're good. The Swift Scouts, they can make a normal move at the start of the first battle round, which is 16 inches basically. That's a long move, which means potentially I think like a unit of 3 could have some utility. My problem with these guys is I don't think scatter lasers are great. I'd much rather this be like a Shuriken cannon, because like AP0 is like kind of lame personally, and I think in the current meta there's too many things in cover. And then it does get cover as if it's infantry, which is cool, and +1 when it's cover save. So when it's in light cover, you're gonna have a 2+ save, which is nice because it's gonna get 3+ from the cover and then an additional +1. Obviously it's got battle focus. So here's the thing, like I'm like I have to see what the stratagems are. I think like 2 or 3 units of the Rangers, the Shadowrunners. Okay, I feel like I don't remember that, so that's good to know. BS2 is nice. I think a unit of 3 is threatening because you can get angles on characters, but honestly I feel like, is there points in here? There's no points in here, so I guess we'll have to see the total points. There's no points in here, but generally the way that you can translate it is one power level equals 10 points. So I'm assuming these are gonna be about 40 points each, so you're looking at 120 points per unit. And if I'm a smart guy, I will go to the Eldar Leaks Discord and I will see. I don't think there's any points in the Shroud Runner things. I do think that I think BL10 gets some decent traits. I'm on the Eldar Discord. I have a lot of leaks here. Okay, here we go. No units aside from Shroud Runners. I don't know. Honestly, I think it'll come down to stratagems and craft world. I think if there's a craft world that gives them like a decent synergy and there's maybe a stratagem, like I don't know, I assume Shroud Runners will still have Fire and Fade. The thing is, like in combat they're completely useless, right? So like 6 strength 3 attacks from 3 of them with no like nothing. So it's like they're not a combat unit, they're completely shooting. Battle focus doesn't really help them because they're does battle focus in here? They didn't even put battle focus in here. Like you can't even play this. This is the dumbest part. Like they didn't even give you the special rules for the units that are in here. Like how am I supposed to know what battle focus does, right? I do think Rangers are going to be meta, right? So like, let's see. Yeah, and from what I understand, Asian Viking, the trait for BL10, I think, is a minimum 3-inch move for battle focus. I think that's one of their traits. BL10's the fast people, right? The bikers. Shadow Runners can only take scatter lasers. See, that's sad. If they could take shrieking cannons, that'd be really cool. Or if there's a way, if there's a stratagem that could increase the AP of a unit by 1. I think there is something like that. Let's see. So if there was a warlord trait or a trait where you could give AP or AP 1 or 2. Yeah, sorry, Sam Hain. But from what I understand, Sam Hain have their trait is oh no, okay, I'll read it to you right now. So BL10 has minimum 3 battle focus. Sam Hain has reroll charges and fallback and charge, which again isn't really that great because on these guys they don't do much. I don't really think that's hey, my driver's license. I've been looking for that. That's cool. I think from what it sounds like, Scorpions are gonna be really good. Warp Spiders are gonna be really good. Fire Dragons are good. Dark Reapers are bad. Shining Spears are bad. Yeah, so we'll see. I definitely have 6 now, so I'm gonna paint them. They're gonna be low priority on my paint list though. I think after the Wave Serpent, I'm gonna paint. I want to paint the Scouts, but I'm still figuring out, and this is the thing, like how I can paint the camo cloaks. So like, do I do something like this, like just a basic cloak color, or do I do like I don't know, like what do you guys think? Do you guys think that the idea of like Eldar with camo, it seems a little weird? I'm just gonna pee really quick. You're back. Let me know your thoughts on Eldar camo while I pee. One sec. Alright, I'm back. Guys, I have some drama. To talk about. Pretty exciting. Add to the... Hey, we're going almost 3 hours today. That's fine. Great. Having fun. Yeah, I guess my question is, a few things, guys. There's been some dramas that we'll talk about in a sec. But what do you think I do for if I'm doing my Eldar camo cloaks? How do you think I do them? Because I don't want to do like camo, like camo, like they do in the photos. That's too much for me. That's too much like military, like American or not American, but like human military attire, which is this like idea of like traditional camo. It feels too like Monkey, too like primitive to just do like, oh, we have this crazy hover technology and cloaking technology, and what we do is we just paint our cloaks in like funny colors. Like that feels very like I guess crude to me for Eldar, and doesn't feel like it fits Eldar. For me, I'd imagine they have some sort of like cloaking technology or like shimmering effect or like thing where it like, you know, it's more like the Predator. Like, you guys ever remember Predator? Right? Where he has like the invisible, and it's like, it's kind of, you can see it, but it's like a little, or almost like the Elvish cloaks from Lord of the Rings, where it's like they kind of blend into the background and they kind of they adopt the color of. Yeah, that's for me what would be Eldar-ish, right? So I'm very much opposed to the idea of painting my Rangers and my Shroud Runners in this like camo colors or with like camo pattern. I think it's really like unbecoming of Eldar to have this like crude like paint patterns, I guess. It just feels very like, I don't know, it feels very like yeah, crude, I guess is the right word to look at. And I'm curious what my other options would be, right? Because I don't want to just do a single block color. Space dust, is that a, what's the, did you get censored there, Heretical Hobby? And by the way, Heretical Hobby, I haven't seen you in the stream, so thanks for joining. Cameline is a rare artificial substance. Cameloline is a, I don't understand. Yeah, I don't want to do anything like too gimmicky. Like some people use like weird like oh, I'm gonna use like chrome mirror paint and it's gonna look like a mirror that like reflects the environment. I don't want to do anything like weird with like weird gimmicky paints. I want it to either be like I want to figure out like an effect I can paint with like regular paints, not some like weird ass gimmicky shit. Not to say that like that's not a legit way. I don't want to do something that's like where it's just like, oh yeah, I take this like fucking camo paint and apply it and it's like you're done, right? Like I want to use the cloaks as like an opportunity to flex my ability as a painter and my imagination as a painter to do something really unique that really speaks to the yeah. So I have color shifting paints, but Vertical Hobby, the problem is I don't know what fractals, that could be fun. Like almost like a kaleidoscope effect. I also don't want it to match the base because, you know me, I like really bright. I like everyone's feedback, by the way, so thanks for it and keep it coming. It's gonna be an adventure, and I feel like I'm gonna, for the Rangers for sure, I'm gonna do a test model, because the thing is, and this is kind of backwards. So if you look at my, I'll show you guys how my brain is backwards and upside down. If you guys look at my Farseers, right? Their cloaks are the green and their armor is bone, right? But on my armored guys, the armor is mainly green, the same color as the cloaks, and the heads are bone, right? So if a model is mostly cloak, like but also armor, which I don't have so far really, do I do the Rangers like the characters where the armor is bone and the cloaks are blue? Or do I do it like the Dire Avengers where the armor is blue and the cloaks are something completely different? Does that make sense? What I'm saying? Like, those are kind of the two decisions I gotta make. This fractal thing interests me, but also, realistically, guys, I'm probably gonna paint between 10 to 15 Rangers. And fractal sounds really cool, but it also sounds like a fucking nightmare. Like I'm gonna hate myself after doing one Ranger. I wonder if there's like a stencil or like an airbrush style stencil I could get. That would actually be interesting. If there's like some sort of airbrush pattern / stencil I could do. Or guys, how about this? You know how Harlequins have the diamond, what is that? Does anyone know the name of that? It's called the diamond pattern on Harlequins. It's not, it's like, there's a name for it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You got it, Airborne. It's like, I want something that looks like it provides camo, but I don't want it to be like army camo looking, you know, or like something that looks like it would be out of the Imperial Guard. So what does that look like? Like what color would how would aliens use camouflage? Exactly. You got it right, man. So what does that look like, right? That's my conundrum. I don't know, like, because we don't have aliens, unfortunately, on the Earth, or do we? So I don't know what the aliens, if they were going to do camouflage, would look like. Yeah, I don't have time for ordering stuff, though. I'm thinking, could I make something? Let's see. Alien camo, Google. You know, it'd be really cool. I actually saw this once. I wouldn't actually do it because I think it's kind of cool once, but it's kind of gimmicky. Fractal camo. Cool. So the thing with fractal camo is it just looks like camo. Oh, something like this would be cool. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys. If I could pull off something like this. Like that, imagine doing that on a cloak. Or like something like this. Like this seems like my brain would explode. Like computer generated fractals. Like something like this. Look at this. Okay, hold on. What the hell am I doing? Oops. Something like this. Oops, wrong one. Block that. Get out of here. Something like this. Imagine that. I mean, that just like, this looks like my brain would explode. Yeah, okay. So that's like a cool, it's like conceptually it's cool, but like practically it's like ridiculous. Anyways, let me think on it. I'm sure I'll come up with something, and I'll definitely do a test model, and like hopefully you guys are there. Okay, can we spill a little tea right now? Can we talk a little drama? A little internet drama? Actually, there's two things that are related to this. So, okay, little internet drama. Hopefully you guys are with me here, and I'm very interested to hear your thoughts. So let's talk. How do I even start this? So this morning I was on Facebook, or yesterday I was on Facebook, or maybe this morning I was on Facebook, one of the days, and I noticed that Alex Harrison had won an event. And you guys, for those of you that don't know Alex Harrison, he is a English player from the UK. He's had a pretty intense reputation as in the past. He had a reputation as a cheater. In fact, like a known cheater. He was caught on camera at the, I think, 2018 London GT against Jeff Robinson. Rest in peace, my friend. Basically cheating with his towel. He probably tells a different version of the events, but on camera, it's very obvious what he's doing, whether he did it consciously or whatever. Long story short, it doesn't really matter about that event. He's got a reputation as a cheater. Right. Okay. So he confirmed cheater. Great. Okay. I agree with you. Confirmed cheater. He did cheat. I'm not denying that. Now, there was an event, I guess this weekend, where Alex won, and I think he beat Manny or one of the other top guys from the UK to win the event. And I think they posted it on, yeah, everyone knows the famous water bottle, right? Anyways, and this is my opinion, and you guys can, I'd love to hear what you guys think about this, if you disagree or agree or whatever. But I've met Alex once in real life, so I don't have like any sort, and he was, you know, I basically was like, hey, my name is Jim, nice to meet you, cool, good luck. At the 2019 LVO, sorry, I met him once. I've never met him other than that. I've never interacted with him. I've never really like chatted with him. I don't have any other like history with him, so this is not coming from someone that's like buddies with Alex or like friends with Alex. All I know from his history is what I've read about him on the internet, which has not been very kind, right? Now, another person that's a known cheater is TJ Lanigan. And TJ, I do know personally. And in fact, I would always think that I was friends with TJ, and I was friends with TJ for the most part. And I don't think we're really friends anymore because we kind of had a bit of a falling out. And I can get to that later. I don't want to get too specific, but me and TJ both were big Chaos players, so we used to chat a lot. Obviously, we both played when I was living in Toronto. I used to run into him at tournaments a lot, and obviously ran into him in the scene. Always pleasant to him, always like cheerful, no problems with TJ from a personality standpoint, but I did have issues with the way TJ played, and there was a few games that I played against him that I felt that he was cheating, and the only reason he wasn't able to cheat was because I knew Chaos so well, and I called him out on those actions. And I don't want to get into specifics, but definitely 2 games that I played against him where I knew he was basically trying to push it or cheat or doing things that I will call it cheating, because here's the thing. There's one thing to make a mistake, but players at TJ's level or at my level don't make the kinds of mistakes that he was making. So this isn't a case of he played like a very minor rule wrong. There was like cases where he was very blatantly like using things completely wrong, making up certain relics that didn't exist, rolling dice for things that didn't happen. Like, I don't want to get specific into the game, but long story short, the game that I did play against him, the 2 games, both times I had to like multiple times call him out for trying to like pull shit on me. And thankfully I knew Chaos well enough that he was never able to do that, and I was able to kind of like stop him from doing that. But with that said, I definitely witnessed him play games where like I would be maybe done my game and I'd be watching him play, where he exhibited very like shady behavior, and behavior in kind of line with the behavior that he was kind of caught for at I don't even know what event it was last year that they caught him finally, but it was behavior that was like basically in line with that, like those kinds of things, like the dice manipulation, the extra little bits here and there. So I definitely was not surprised when finally he got caught for that. All that being said, right, knowing that Alex Harrison's history, all that being said about TJ, having personally known him, personally played him, personally knowing his history, and like literally had him try to cheat against me, kind of both. So TJ, I was telling you about TJ's, but I'm also talking about kind of Alex broader. So I had this, after TJ got caught, I had Neil Caron from the WTC and we had a really good conversation. It's on Politics and Plastic on the YouTube channel, guys. You can go check it out. Big plug. We basically had this conversation about, can cheaters be redeemed, right? Like, can people that cheat in this hobby be redeemed? And what does that look like? What does that path to redemption look like? Like, if I cheat in the game, how do I get back into the good graces of the community? Okay. Now, I firmly believe, and this is like the progressive in me, I'm a progressive, which means I'm a leftist, which means I believe in rehabilitation. I'm not a huge fan of the carceral system, so like the prison system, because I don't feel like it does a good job of rehabilitating people back to get into society. It creates there's a prison crime pipeline, but that's a whole other politics podcast I could do. But long story short, this idea that people should be able to be rehabilitated is something that I really believe in. I really believe that as a society, as a community, whether it's 40K or anything else, when someone does something wrong, or they make a mistake, or they cheat, or they lie, or they whatever, that we have, sometimes they do it we have to hope, and there has to be a way for them to like recognize the fault of their actions and work towards rehabilitation, right? Yeah, it's gonna be a long point, guys, so bear with me. That's Airborne. I 100% agree. I 100% agree. There's definitely people that Airborne, I agree. Like Airborne, literally, like, true story. I remember watching him play a game against like Devin Swan, who's like one of my fellow Canada teammates, and I literally had to walk away from the game because they were playing it so loose and so like sloppy that it bothered me to even watch the game. And there was like so much like fudgery is the best way to put it, that it I couldn't watch the game. I guess and putting TJ aside for a sec and putting Alex Harrison aside for a sec, I firmly believe that cheaters, like there's this 40K in the competitive 40K group right now, and people are kind of having these conversations about Alex winning this event, and people keep saying, yeah, don't we all dingo? But people keep saying, once a cheater, always a cheater. And although that's probably true, because I think people have a pathological tendency to cheat, I don't think that we should like condemn people forever because they cheated once or twice. Now, if someone shows a repeated pattern, and again, I don't want to sit here and dig through all of Alex Harrison's like slights and all of the times he's repeatedly cheated. Like, I don't know the whole history. I just know the ones that I've heard about. But I feel like there has to be a way for people to redeem themselves. And why I'm even bringing this up is because while I was taking a pee, I was looking at my phone, and I noticed that Steve Joel from 40K Game Changers had posted his episode. He's got a podcast, which I was on, YOLO. Go check that episode out. It's great. And he has an episode of TJ, and I haven't listened to it yet, and I'm gonna listen to it at one point because I'm interested to hear what TJ has to say. But a lot of people already are like showing a lot of hate in the comments. I'm seeing a lot of like, once a cheater, always a cheater, right? And I guess at the end of the day, the point I'm making is like, I don't like this idea of like, once a cheater, always a cheater. I think it's a very toxic way to approach the like it's just a toxic mentality. I also don't like this idea that if anyone that's ever cheated wins anything, the first instinct is to just accuse them of cheating. Alex is a really good player. He won LVO. He'd been to the finals at LVO. There's no way he got that far and cheated his way up there. I do believe in consequences, in real punishment, and I don't mean punishment from like people are calling for lifetime bans. People are calling for like permanent bans forever. People are calling for like permanent like ostracization from the community where they can never play 40K again. I think all of those things are like totally ridiculous and over the top. We're talking about a game here. I definitely think there needs to be steps taken and like proper, I guess, punishment, quote unquote, or whatever you want to call it, to disincentivize cheaters. And there needs to be like real teeth to the punishment should fit the crime. And the crime is pretty big as far as I'm concerned. Cheating I think is a huge issue. But in our community, one of the things that really bothers me is there's a large contingent of it that is basically they basically like convinced that like, once you cheat, that's it for you. One chance forever and you're gone. And that for me, I feel like it's a really toxic and like unhelpful approach, and I don't feel like it really like does much, because at the end of the day, like, I don't know, I try to have compassion for people. Like, I don't think I've ever cheated purposefully, but there's definitely been times where I've like played rules wrong and not realized it. And there's definitely been times where I've like made mistakes or like forgotten things. And like, if someone looked at that and said, oh, like Jim cheated and so he should be like permanently banned, I mean, that would feel really shitty. So I guess my point is, so heretical hobby, like, it's really hard because, yeah, so that's the other thing too, right? So heretical hobby, like a really good example would be like, quickly, like, say I roll like 10 dice and I say, okay, hit on threes, and I get seven 3+, but I pick up 8 dice. So like, there's really subtle ways to cheat that if you're a good player, here's the thing that like I practice when I play. When I'm playing like another player, that, not that I think that they're cheating, but like I think that like I just want to be really like sure. I talk through and I look through every step. So I watch them roll the dice. I make sure that like after they roll, I count. Like, there's a lot of like small things I do to like make sure that it's hard to cheat against me. And they're not very like obvious, but like I ask lots of questions. I'm always like triple checking, quadruple checking things. I'm always like asking for rules and stuff. But yeah, it happens for sure. Everyone, I agree completely. But yeah, here's the thing, heretical. It's like, I don't know if you've ever been hustled at poker or a card game. If you're good at hustling people, they don't even know they're getting hustled. And if you're good at cheating, oftentimes people don't even know they're getting cheating. The kinds of cheating that you can do is subtle and minor, and it's not like, hey, my unit has toughness 8 when it's actually toughness 5. Like that kind of cheating is not what we're talking about. It's often things like dice manipulation, small movement manipulation, small rules manipulation, things that are like really hard or like abstract, hard to track. And not every game is watched, right? Most games are not watched. In a 50-person GT, you might have 1, maybe 2 judges, and none of the games are recorded except maybe 1 game on stream. So it's really, really hard to watch. And there's so many things happening, so many interactions, that it's like, it's really easy to like slip in an extra a dice, or when you're rolling lots of dice to like quickly pick up dice, right? Max Lurker, I agree 100%. People make do mistakes and they should be judged too hard. No, this is the thing though. There's no money in these events, heretical. Like a lot of these events, it's like the prize is like a box set. It's for clout. It's for reputation. Sorry, I gotta pick it. All this beers with you. Yeah, it's a lot of ego, man. But like, yeah, if your identity is based on like, I'd say like, I think TJ at the time was like trying to start his own coaching service. I don't know, or Patreon or whatever. But like, yeah, your identity often gets tied to like your performance, right? Which I think is kind of sad, but you know, people are like that. Hey, Hot Sauce Teddy, how's it going, man? Yeah, welcome to my 3.5 hour so far Valentine stream. Oh, thanks, man. Welcome. I never streamed this late or this long, so this has been a bit of a unique situation, but thought I'd hang out with the bros on Valentine's Day, crush some beers, keep people company. I do appreciate the support. I guess in my perspective, what I would want to do, I think we need... What misinformation? No, he was not really... Okay, so, like, he didn't get kicked. He wasn't even real, like, he was kind of, like, on his way out from Art of War because he was starting his own thing at the time. I think he'd already left Art of War at the time because he wanted to start his own thing called, like, Shrine of Chaos or something. The problem is, Heretical, with dice cams, even if they had dice cams, you'd have to have dice cams for every table. Then you'd have someone watching the dice cams, and then it's just not practical. Yeah, that's aesthetics. That's what I just said. Here. Yeah, it was kind of funny because, like, basically he was starting to raise money for his, like, Patreon for his, like, coaching, and then the cheating scandal hit, and I think, like, a bunch of his, like, backers like ditched him. I guess it's not funny, but I don't know. I'll never do like a coaching service, so don't worry, guys. I will never charge for my content, I guess. Yeah. I know that thing. I know that feeling, man. Oh, if only I could relate to that feeling. The crushing defeat. The fall from grace. Night, Ariel. Thanks so much, man. I appreciate all your input today. It was awesome. Yeah, Heretical, dude, you're saying all the right things, man. No one's disagreeing with you. I just think, like, you know, and this is maybe, like, harsh, but it's you got a bunch of nerds who, like, maybe haven't really, like, won a lot. They maybe never played sports. They're not, like, they've never been in any positions where they're, like, the best at anything or, like, great or celebrated or popular about anything. And then all of a sudden, there's one thing called Warhammer that they're really good at, and that attention and that, like, that clout and that, like, I guess, status, it's like addicting. I'm getting a beer. One sec. So that status and all that stuff is like it's like addicting, and like you're like, you don't want to lose that, right? Like you get excited about this newfound nerd fame, right? I mean, I couldn't really give a shit, but like, you damn right it was cool to hear Reese every week say my name, that like I was head of the ITC that year, you know? But like, I knew it wasn't gonna last, and like I never had any, like, I didn't really care that much, because for me, I have 1,000 problems with the ITC regarding like the rankings and stuff, so I never really felt it was a good measure of skill, and it was always like I felt a bit of a fake thing, given I knew which events I'd played and won and all that kind of stuff. So I was good at one point, but these days I'm just a old man in my cave, like washout. Yeah, exactly, everyone. And you know, I agree with you for sure. Like, I don't think anyone's saying the wrong thing. I guess my point is, and just to like summarize my like final thoughts on it, I hate this attitude of once a cheater, always a cheater. There has to be a way for people to redeem themselves. There has to be a pathway. Now, what that pathway is and what that looks like, I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. I think maybe that needs to be part of the conversation around cheating. Like, not just what happens if you get caught cheating, but what you have to prove or do to return to like competitive play. So like right now we have a system for punishment, but we don't have a system for redemption. You know what I'm saying? If you get caught cheating, there's some punishments, and I don't necessarily think they're harsh enough, but we don't really have a system on like, okay, so you've been caught cheating, you've served your time, now what? How do you get back in? So I'd like to see a plan that actually like talks about like how people can get back into the event. Like what's enough? What's what would make people happy? All these people that are like cheater for life, like what would make them happy? Like, are they looking for lifetime bans? Are they looking for jail time? Like what, like, you know, and I'm not saying that Alex Harrison or TJ, I'm not here to defend them and their actions. All I'm saying is like we have a saying in I'm a chef, and we have a saying in hospitality and like cooking, which is you're only as good as your last rush. Which what that means is like basically it doesn't matter how good of a chef you are, if like your last rush, your last like kitchen service is like the judge of like your ability. So in the sense, like I kind of think of that where it's like you have these, you play events, and like your last event is really the measure of your, you know, whatever, right? And if Alex has played a bunch of events and he's been clean, and the opponents he's played have felt like he's been clean, and no one has had complaints, and everyone's like, then like celebrate that. That's awesome. Good for Alex. And if TJ's done it, then great. And if he's played games and there's consistent problems, and there's still like lots of like sketchiness and stuff, then like that's something too, right? Like, I don't know. I know like Justin Lois also had a reputation as another 40k player. He was on Team Happy and they had a reputation for cheating and stuff. But also cheating in 40k is like really, really hard to prove. Like TJ got caught because he's on camera, and like it was very like he like basically verbalized what he was cheating. But like in general, cheating in 40k is like incredibly hard to catch, because it's so easy to misattribute something to just like forgetfulness or mistake or like clumsiness. But like you literally have to prove intent and like prior knowledge, and like that's just really hard to do. It's just really hard to do. What I'd like to see, ideally, like real football, of course, Fettingo. Guys, for those of you that are wondering, Fettingo played real sports. He's not talking about Blood Bowl. He's talking about real football in the real world with real human beings. So that's one of my other issues with like sometimes the streams is like it creates a bunch of like stream narcs. Very famously, guys, if you ever want to see a super toxic game of 40k where there's like stream narcs, is I guess what I'm calling them, stream narcs, go watch my BAO game versus 2019 Bay Area Open final game versus Jeff Robinson. And basically the chat was like going off about like and John Lennon too, I played him on stream as well, and like the chat was like going off about like how like there was so much cheating happening. And then like in the actual game, like literally like it was like the chillest game, but the chat was like going crazy. It was hilarious. People thought I was like moving John's clock. No, I have not, because I don't even have the Eldar book yet. or the Eldar Codex. And there's no point in like trying with the current Eldar Codex because it's like garbage. So I'm just painting up cool things that I think I'll probably need. But I remember playing John Lennon at Barry Open in 2019. It's on stream, and people like, it was a very tight game when it came to the clock, and people were literally accusing me of like moving his clock to different parts of the table, so that every time he went to hit his clock, it was like in a different spot. Like I was trying to make him like waste time looking for his clock, and it was actually the most like funny thing I've ever read in my life. And then, yeah, and then when I played Jeff Robinson, people were accusing Jeff of like physically intimidating me and bullying me because they could hear they were mic'd up, right? I think we were mic'd up anyways, but they were like, Jeff's being intimidating, Jeff's being mean, Jeff's being he's beating up Jim or whatever, he's trying to physically intimidate him or whatever. And like literally I was fine with it. Everyone had like 1,000 pet theories on like what was actually happening. And it was just funny because like people on the stream, they think that like, that's why I actually really do think player mics are important, and I'm hoping that FLG sees the light of the, I don't believe any of this nonsense that Val spews about like, oh sorry, I forgot I'm painting on stream. I'm like holding it up here. I don't believe any of this nonsense that like, unless GW basically told them not to, all this like nonsense about like legal shit is just doesn't make sense. I think what they should do is combine player mics with commentary, so like the commentators have the ability to both listen to the players and also mute the players when they want to say something. So if there's times of like where they want to like talk about something, they can. But I do think player mics are really important in the game, personally, and I think that they should try their best to implement them. And I don't really believe there are reasons for not. Like they said something about like legal or whatever, blah blah blah. But I mean, lots of games have it seems like a small thing to overcome. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't seem like a huge. They make it sound like insurmountable, and I don't think it is. Yeah, but it's bad stylistic. I think that player mics is actually something really important, especially if unless the commentators are like, yeah, sorry, dude. I don't know, man. Don't get mad at me. But the other thing though I will say is like, I do think that like, I think players, and this is just my salty opinion, there's this like concern that like people don't want to be mic'd and there's already too much going on and like there's a lot of like pressure and like all this kind of stuff. I say bullshit. I say bullshit to that. If you want to compete at a high level in this game, at these events, you need to be ready to be able to play on pressure. Like, do you think that in an NHL game, when there's a crowd of 18,000 people, if the players are feeling like they're nervous because there's a crowd, they're like, oh well, can the crowd leave because we're nervous because there's a crowd? No, it's like you fully accept when you're going into an environment, a competitive environment, that the crowd, that these are all parts of the game, parts of the competition. And for me, this idea that like the players are all too fucking fragile to like handle like being on mic because it makes them nervous. Well, if it makes them nervous and they lose the game, then they're not good players. Like for me, that's part of the mental toughness of the game, is being able to interact and be on the mic. So I don't buy on that hogwash where it's like, oh, the players are like too nervous or blah blah blah. Like if you're too nervous to play on mic, then you're not good enough at the game. That's fine. Look, I don't disagree with that, but that's not my point. Is it's too bad so sad. At LVO, if you're at the final top 8, could you choose not to go on stream and just play the finals off stream? You couldn't. It was part of the event. You had to go on stream. You agreed to that as part of the competition. And so there's one thing when you're streaming like the first 2 or 3 games and like you have a lot of people to choose from to go on stream, and maybe like you ask 2 people and they're like, yeah, I don't want to go, and you can ask someone else. But when you're in like a final top 8, top whatever, and it's all streamed, for me it's like you don't have a choice here. This isn't we're not asking you. If you want to go on, Yeah, exactly. My point. Yeah, but who Airborne, that's like the dumbest reason, man. Like you're not gonna get demonetized, like, unless they're dropping like racial slurs on the, unless they're getting dropping racial slurs on like dropping like N-bombs and F-bombs and whatever, like vigorously, you're not gonna get demonetized for like just a little bit of dirty language. And worst comes to worst, if it is actually like a YouTube video, for instance, they can always go in and like censor it, right? Like if it's really that much of a problem. I don't buy this thing where it's like, oh, the players, they're so precious. We gotta protect the players from like the evil. You know, what if they say a bad word? What are we gonna do? Oh, poor players. Like, fuck that, man. For me, it's part of the competition. You know. Yeah, it's good that you added the contract. And look, here's the thing. Pressure is part of competition. All right? So in any sport, playing in front of a crowd, playing in a high pressure environment, that's part of what makes you good. Right? That's why experience in a lot of sports matters, because that's why, like, when you talk about certain sports in the playoffs, they say, oh, like, we have a veteran on the team and he's been to the playoffs and he knows what it's like in the playoffs, like the pressure of the playoffs and the pressure of the championships, because that makes it, there's a difference there. Those kinds of players actually have a role to help those younger players get through the pressure, right? So I believe that, like, that's no different than like these guys, right? Like, there's pressure at the high level and that's just part of the game and you got to accept it. So yeah, but GW's not running the streams, bro. We're talking about FLG streams, first of all, and even if we were talking about the GW streams, then, like, I don't know, put a delay on it or something. There's tech. Put a 2-minute delay on the streams if you're really concerned about it, and have someone that just watches and they can, like, bleed out stuff. It's not like, that's what I'm saying, like, it's not, they make it sound like it's a problem that's, like, unsolvable. And guess what? They're worried. Okay, so here, let me get this straight. Except, Games Workshop is worried about one person saying something bad on stream while they're promoting a game that, like, promotes genocide and, like, murder and, like, desecration. Like, there's such a dissonance between, like, these things. Yeah, I get that. Doesn't mean I can't disagree with it. I understand that is a GW thing, right? Sure, it's GW, but GW is dumb, right? But here's the thing, like, I don't understand, because, like, you guys weren't streaming on GW stream. So how do they have any power over you? I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't GW stream at the LVO. It wasn't on their channel. So how do they have any sort of power? Yeah, just have a button on the soundboard. This is why I don't like the autofocus, guys. Come on, autofocus. There we go. Autofocus. There we go. Yeah, La Cucaracha, that's right. I think La Cucaracha is probably There's probably like a trademark against it. Like they probably get like a DMCA. Anyways, Richard, I don't want you to take this as like, I know you're heavily invested in the stream thing. I don't want you to take this as like personal. I just think these are my personal opinions, but I know you guys are doing the best you can, and I appreciate that there's even a stream, to be honest, because I feel like old school G-dubs, like even having stream games is like beautiful. Right? Thank you for all your labors. You know me, I'm opinionated. I wonder if there's like I wonder if there's like a app you can get that like auto censors people, like a AI. Oh, I'm being completely off stream right now. Oh, you know what? What was it? Oh. Here we go. Skynet sensors. Yeah. The thing is though, like everyone's gonna prefer different things, right? Like I love Adam and Pete, obviously. You know, I love those guys. And if their commentary is good, but I also don't want to listen to it for like there's only so much like airspace they can fill, right? Before it gets like a little bit like much. Same with I think I made fun of this like I think Adam did a few streams where like him and his commentary were like they're on camera, like their faces were on the camera a bunch for like almost the entire event. And I'm like, why do I need to see them? Not that I don't love Adam's beautiful face, right? But it's just like it's a lot for them too, right? Like I don't it's not just hard for it's hard for them to like keep that up. Like trying to be entertaining for like 18 hours on like, hey, there's dice rolls happening. I don't pity them at all. They got a hard job too. So much love to those guys, but it's just halftime show for sure. Do you think we can get T Swift for the LVO halftime show next year? Or maybe an actual musician of some kind? Yeah, I know he could. And that's why we love him. But also like I feel like it detracts from the game sometimes because he does go on his like tangents, right? Sometimes you're like, what are you talking about, man? What's going on in the game? Anyways. I'm just going in right now. I've just kind of painted all the armor, but I wasn't really happy with the level of shade. So I'm just going back and I'm kind of reshading everything with a little bit of the watered down desert brown. And then I'm going to go back over it all. Just because I've kind of been distracted chatting with you guys, so like I did a bit of a sloppy job. Yeah. Well, that's why I'm hoping maybe aesthetics. I'm hoping this like AR shit that they're talking about might be able to help, right? Because like I think one of the big problems with like 40K streaming is like it's hard to even see, and I don't know what your thoughts are on this, Richard. I don't know if it would ever help, but like do you think that like a 1080 stream would make a difference, or do you think it's just as like the visibility is like no different, I guess? Or if you guys had cameras that could like zoom, you know what I'm saying? I know that sounds really expensive, but like it'd be cool if there was like more of like a more distinct like visual shit tied in with the cast. People could actually see what's happening. Oh, did you? Okay. Yeah, that's the other thing, aesthetics, I agree. I liked what they did with the Nopen, where they had like a bunch of different different people come, you know what I'm saying? Like I appreciated those perspectives. Kind of rude I didn't get an invite, but that's okay. Next year for sure. I almost was gonna volunteer because I obviously sold my LVO ticket, but I was almost gonna volunteer to either come judge or to like help out, but I just traveling right now to the States is like such a pain. I thought their pairing was fine. Like I thought their commentary was fine. It's just the problem is like they're trying to fill a lot of time with like to make it entertaining, but like 40k inherently until the game changes, it's just hard to do that, right? It's hard to like talk about what's happening, and that's why like the players being on mic can just be like really helpful because it kind of removes a lot of the like pressure on the casters to like always have to be talking, because like the game itself does the like talking for them, I guess. So I don't think it's a matter of like, yeah, I'd imagine they probably retire exhausted by the end of it after like all those rounds of 40k. Exactly. I think I remember though, like I could be wrong. I swear I remember FLG used to mic the players. Like at BIO I think I was mic'd. And I think at I've been mic'd at different events before. So it's not like a crazy thing, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to paint like a really, really small part of this. No, I think it was a GW thing. They didn't want the players mic'd. For like legal reasons or like censorship reasons or something. They're worried that they would be too like too dirty. I don't know. Anyways, doesn't matter. Let's change subjects. We trying to talk this to death. I'm sure I'm not worried about it. I know the thing is I know they all care. Everyone that's involved in that, and like I know they're gonna do the best they can. Like it's not like they're like listening to the feedback and they're like, oh fuck those guys, we're gonna do what we want. Like Val is like very, very open to feedback, and it's all like they're all very like invested in making it as good as possible. So I'm not worried that it's not gonna I'm not worried it's about its like improvement. I feel like that's a given, and it's just a matter of like giving him a chance. I still feel like, I don't know if maybe because of COVID, but like yeah, that's my thing. I think because of COVID, like they haven't really even had a chance to really like stretch their legs. I mean, 5 or 6 events where like they're testing out different things is like not that much. So anyways, let's talk about something else. We're talking about fucking streaming. Okay, what else? What's cool? What's cool in the world? Alright. Well, I was gonna say, what do you guys think? I think I talked about this on the other day on the show with I don't really understand these event exclusive miniatures, first of all. It just makes me sad because the fact that we can have event exclusive miniatures but we still can't have like plastic warriors feels like so sad. Do I realize my camera's all fucked because I'm sitting super high? The ethics of streaming. Should we do that? An episode? Oh, I was sitting like really high on my desk because it's like my gaming height. My painting height is actually a little bit lower. That's a lot better actually. I don't think you've ever been on the show, Richard, so when's that gonna happen? Let's do it. Let's do an episode about streaming. And like the challenge, like this, like a streaming episode, and we'll talk all about streaming and like all the fucking, we'll talk politics and plastic, all about this shit about streaming. Excuse me, I apologize. Do you think it'll be new chaos models? Probably not. I heard there's rumors of like new sorry. Whoa. I heard rumors of like new cultist things, like new mutant cultist style something's coming. So I could potentially see those models. What burns you up more than anything? That's interesting. Airborne. I did hear some rumors about some like cultist style new mutant things coming to chaos. I could potentially see the kill team having those. I don't know what those are going to be. Like, if you'd asked every chaos player what they're asking for, I don't think a single one of you would have said different cultists but different. In fact, I think none of them would ever have said that in a million years. So I'm not really sure where they're going with those. Like, it doesn't really make sense to me. No, I don't want Val. He's too diplomatic. I want the raw, you know, unfiltered. I'm kidding. The problem with Val, and I love Val. He's too much of a character. Like he's not. Sometimes he's not. I can't tell if he's being genuine or if he's just playing Val, because obviously he's not. Like Val's not even his name, right? And oftentimes with Val, I feel like he's playing this character, and he's not being like genuine, but instead like acting. And that's my only thing. He knows that. I've told him. He's too worried about burning bridges. Where I want like raw. I want like honest. I want like uncensored shit where you're like afterwards you're like, yo, you can't, you gotta delete that because I said too much. That's the kind of shit I want, you know? Fucking Jerry Springer shit. Shit where you're like, yo, that's gonna ruin my reputation. And then I have a tape of it, and then I can blackmail you with it. That's the kind of shit I want. That's the kind of honesty I want on my show, you know? That literally almost happened with Val. I don't know if he ever told you. We recorded an episode, and then I thought we were done. And we were off air, but I was still recording, and I uploaded accidentally the like recording versus the stream recording, the audio, and it was like the last like 2 minutes. He said some like pretty fallacious things that shouldn't have been on air, but then I had to, and then he like realized and I pulled it. Yeah, basically. I was very apologetic because that was a complete journalistic malpractice on my part, and obviously it would never happen again. But definitely, he's very freaked out about it because I was like, it was basically a hot mic moment. No, from what I understand, aesthetics, it's like a new mutant cultist leader and something. I think you can already buy the Black Legion, or the I think you can already buy the Black Stone Fortress cultists, or the Trader Guard or whatever, in a separate box, or you could at one point. I don't know if you still can. yeah, he wasn't too happy about it, and I was actually really upset too because I felt like I had betrayed his trust. But we worked it out. I pulled the episode, and all was well. He didn't get fired. There wasn't any real pullback, so all was fine in Candyland. All right, what can I do next? I'm just gonna paint the. Let's see here. This has been a 4-hour stream, guys. This is my longest stream I've ever done. So I appreciate everyone hanging out, everyone chatting. Make sure to like, subscribe, follow, all that fun stuff. If you're enjoying the hangout. I don't know why I felt like streaming today. I guess I felt lonely. And I was hoping that my community would show up and hang out with me, and you guys did, so I appreciate it. I wasn't actually feeling lonely. I'm not really a lonely person, but I felt like the truth is I wanted a drink, which I am. I didn't want to do it alone, and my audience gives me an opportunity to drink in an environment where I don't feel alone. So I know that sounds really sad, and alcoholic-like, but I mean that's the truth. And I always say unadulterated honesty. On the channel. I will never lie to you guys. You can ask me any question and I will never lie. I think. Cheers. That doesn't mean I'll answer, it just means I won't lie. Alright, what should I do next? I kind of want to do the... Okay, so hear me out. Am I crazy right now? I think I'm going to do something cray-cray. I'm going to airbrush this model while it's still a work in progress. So, Sergio Calvio, blah, blah, blah. Oh, did you guys see that I got... You know who Sergio what's his name? Sergio Calvio, is that his name? He's like a crazy painter. Right? Is that his name? Sergio Calvio Miniatures. Sergio Calvio Rubio, you guys want to see something cool? Check this out. On my Eldar, I post on Instagram. Look who said nice. Very nice. The man, myth, legend. Gave me a nice on my Eldar. I post on my Instagram. Just saying, not saying. I've been noticed by Senpai. That guy. He's a really good painter. But he has a crazy technique, which I'm going to try to execute right now without ruining my model, where he basically airbrushes. He does this kind of thing where he like does like a mix of like airbrushing and painting, where he basically paints a model to a point and then he goes in with like an airbrush and he does like After Effects almost. The blend on the face part of the helmet is tight. That's what I'm going to do right now, actually. So this is why I think... So this helmet on this one... I'll tell you what I'm going to do in a sec. So this guy here, this blue on this helmet, obviously I want it to be blended as smooth as the other ones. But because it's such a flat surface, it's going to be hard for me to like brush blend this, especially because it's curved. So what my thinking is, live on stream after 4 hours of working on this model, because I started this model right in front of you guys, and after having had 3 or 4 drinks, I don't know, I lost count of how many drinks I've had. I am going to live airbrush this guy's face on stream to the blue that I want. So that's what we're going to do. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my airbrush, like so. zoom out a bit so you guys can see the disaster that's about to happen. Airbrush. I use a look at so it's an infinity Cult Plane infinity, but the front half is discolored because I left it in my airbrush cleaner, whereas the back half is not. Okay, so I'm gonna let this dry for a sec. And what I want to do is that same blue like blend, I want to basically build it up, but because it's curved, I want to kind of have it like to a point. So I want to have it like that kind of diffused color. And I feel like if I do try to layer it, I'd have to do like weird circles until like circles and circles and circles, and then blend the circles together. Whereas if I airbrush it, I can kind of do it all in one step. So one moment, and then we'll get into the craziness. All right, here we go. So I've decided, well, a few things have come to light. First, I said Sergio Calvo. Who I meant was Angel Giraldez, who's a Spanish guy, not Sergio Calvo. So I apologize for that incorrectness. First thing I'm gonna do is switch my needle though, because I'm on a 0.5 needle, I think. So I'm gonna switch to my 0.35 needle, which is slightly smaller. Wash my needle. You can see here, this is the I'm drunk, so it's a good idea. You can see the differences between the needles. So this is auto zoom, pick it up. There we go. The one on my left is the 0.35, 0.2 millimeter, and the one on the right is the 0.35. So I'm gonna switch to that one. Got a different little head here, which we're gonna put in as well for it. Pick it up. Okay. And the needle goes in, and then always whenever I put my needle in, I like to put a little bit of lube the tube. So just a little bit on the shaft. Gotta lube your shaft properly. That. And go in. Oh shit, be careful not to force it. Never want to force your needle in the hole, even if it's well lubed. Okay, there we go. That in. Feels like it's properly. Did I put the right one in? Oh no, you know why I fucked up? Pretty sure I just put the same needle back in that I took out, so that's why I'm dumb. I'm like, why isn't it sticking out enough? Alright, so to your question, you can change Horus Heresy history. You can swap a loyal and traitor legion to each other. Which do you choose? So, the reason my needle is not going deep enough in the hole is because I didn't have the. I took the needle that I just took out and I tried to put it back in. Doesn't really work. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Boom. Look at that sweet needle action. Airbrush is a bit dirty, but who really cares? YOLO. That's how we roll here on Duplicity Paint. All right, put all this shit away in the corner. Tighten that up. I usually like to tighten it with a needle nose because you really don't want this thing to lose grip on the needle, otherwise it'll like catch. I think I would probably switch. So like Alpha Legion's kind of the cheat, so I won't say Alpha Legion because they're basically already the wrong side. I feel like the Thousand Suns were like Thousand Suns is probably what I would say. I'd say Thousand Suns go Thousand Suns go loyal, and the who do I think would be traitor? I think the God, I hate them all. Space Wolves maybe go evil, although they would never really go evil because they're supposed to be like super loyal to the Emperor. So who would I pick instead? Let's see here. Okay, we got yeah. Hopefully it's not too loud on the mic. I don't know if I have a noise gate on this thing. Let me just see. Properties. Oh, let's see here. Filters. Noise gate. I do have a noise gate, so turn up a bit. There's one here. Okay, so here we go. Let me just clean out this a bit for a sec. There's like weird old paint in it before. Okay, and then before I do this, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just yeah, but the thing is though, like, hey, you said if I got to choose, right? So there's no, you can't say I'm wrong because it's my choice. I think ultimately Magnus's betrayal was like he would have preferred to not betray the Emperor. So that's kind of like legit. I think from the loyalists, I kind of feel like you can't pick Rogel Dorn, you can't pick Reboot, you can't pick Sanguinius, you can't pick, I guess, Lionel Johnson, right? He's the obvious choice because he was basically chaos anyways. So already the choice is made for you. Okay, so I'm gonna take a little bit of the black. I'm gonna paint this into the cracks here. Be quite dark near the bottom. Yeah, the thing is though, like, you still don't know, right? I think the coolest part about the heresy, have you ever read Alfarius by Mike Brooks, Airborne? Okay, so I won't spoil it obviously because that would be rude, but Alfarius, so like, you know how they have the Primarch novels and there's like a Fulgur novel and a Magnus novel and whatever. So Alfarius is his book. It's like his Primarch book. It's kind of like his origin story before the heresy. And I think and also if you have you read the Black Legion series at all? Talon of Horus and or Black Legion by Aaron Dempsey Vaden. So like, it's kind of similar to that, where it's like this idea. So like, Iskander Khayan, I think that's his name. Iskander Khayan, yeah, I think that's how you say it. Iskander Khayan. So he's obviously the sorcerer in Black Legion that gets captured by the Inquisition, right? And you read Black Legion and Talon of Horus and Black Legion and the thing is though, like, it's not like a Imperial guy narrating it, right? It's the Iskander Khayan narrating it, to the Inquisition. He's basically, for those of you that are haven't read it, this is a very mild spoiler because you find this out in like the first paragraph of the first book. But basically, he's one of Abaddon's like chief sorcerers, lieutenants from the Thousand Sons. He's a Thousand Sun sorcerer. He gets he eventually like pledges to the Black Legion, works for Abaddon, and then he gets captured at some point by the Inquisition. And then the 2 books are told from his perspective, basically telling the story of Abaddon is like what happened after the heresy to the Inquisition, right? So my point is, by the end of even though that you're reading the book and it feels like, oh, I'm reading this like cool book, this idea of this unreliable narrative, right, where it's like you're reading you're hearing the story of Abaddon as told by his lieutenant, who's very loyal, who's chaos, and who might be telling the story in a way that is advantageous to him. So in that same vein, the Alfarius novel is very similar because it's Alpha Legion. So everything that happens in this novel, the Alpha Legion novel, you read it and you're like, this is so cool. This is awesome. I can't believe this happened. I can't believe that happened. Like, this is all these amazing things happen. Like, and it's actually like a really intense novel because, again, without getting into spoilers, it spans to like almost Thunder Warrior era Imperium, and all the way to basically the Great Crusade. And you shit, my airbrush is doing some weird stuff. Okay, I think my airbrush is fucked, so let me just fix it. It's like bubbling. Basically, my point is, there's this idea of like the unreliable narrator where like you think that what you're hearing is like the true telling of the story, but actually what you're hearing is the version of events told by that specific narrator. And like in 40k, the idea of this unreliable narrative is like very shit. I don't know what's going on with my airbrush. Like bubbling up past. This idea of the unreliable narrative is like really big part of the storyline, right? It's literally like blowing up bubbles and like exploding on everything. I don't know what's going on. So my point being, I'm sorry, I'm trying to do 2 things at once. This whole idea of the dark angels. So like what you've heard about the Dark Angels in the heresy is basically the history as it's written by the Dark Angels or by like other forces that like whose best interest is to like have the Dark Angels be a loyalist legion. But like you never really know if like it's that idea of like the unreliable narrative, right? Where it's like, oh shit, look at my airbrush. That's not good. So my point being, I guess to sum it up, is like what you've read in the Horus Heresy novels, I can't remember who tells you the Dark Angel side, but you always got to look at it through that scope of like, okay, well, is the story that I heard actually the real story, or is it like basically shit? Oh god, I just got beaten everywhere. Is it just like some version of events that is like not actually the real events? You know what I'm saying? I guess that's my point. Is like, don't be too disparaged that like you got told this history of the Dark Angels and you didn't like it, because there's a very good chance that it's not even true, right? Does that make sense? I gotta clean up my airbrush now on stream. Exciting. So, yeah, and then the other thing, back to Alfarius, and this is the best part. So you read the Alfarius novel, and it's like amazing. You're like, oh, this is so cool. All this stuff happens. But then literally like the last paragraph of like the novel throws the whole novel that you just read into doubt. You're like, wait, did what I just read was true? Because it's Alpha Legion. So you read the whole thing and you're like, this is amazing. And then at the very end, you're like, wait, did any of what I just read actually happen? Or is it just like full on Alpha Legion gibbity goop? And then you kind of left wondering like, maybe none of it is actually true. And so even though it's a really cool novel, it's an Alpha Legion novel about Alfarius. And so like nothing that you read, you can really take for like truth, because it's Alfarius. And it literally like basically says as much, that it's like, yo, this whole novel could have basically been bullshit and just like a story that they made up because they're Alpha Legion. And I think that's like one of the coolest parts of like the whole novel, if that makes sense. And it is I would highly recommend reading it. It's if you like Alpha Legion, it does reveal a lot about like, there's some cool like reveals that are like not revealed anywhere else in the 40k like lore. It's definitely a really good reveal. Go to Does that make sense? Yeah, Legion is a good novel. Okay, so let's see, guys. I think it's fixed. Never know with these airbrushes. Okay, so let's see here. All right, I got my desk as a mess because I'm slightly drunk and I'm trying to airbrush. All right, here. Let's see, blue. See in there? Can you even see what's going on there? Go. Okay, so here we go. So here's what we're gonna do. Live on stream from Madison Square Garden. All right. So what we're gonna do now? This might seem a bit of a bitch move to you guys, but I don't really care. I'm gonna hedge my my bets here with a little bit of blue tack. I don't completely destroy this model while I'm drunk. How do I do it? Go. I know you guys want me to live like completely on the wild side, but just don't want to completely destroy this model. From what I've heard, aesthetics, it's as broken as Drakari and AdMech on release. It's kind of written around the same time. Right, this is like a life hack for you guys, by the way. If you want to airbrush a model that's already been painted, basically, I just want to airbrush this this dome. We get a little blue tack, and you're going to create a little airbrush zone for yourself. Yeah, so because the thing is, apparently it was written like kind of alongside those books. Like most of the book has been leaked, like literally pages from the book. So it was written apparently alongside those books, and those books have all been nerfed since then. So from what I understand, this book's gonna need some nerfs as well. Okay, a little bit lighter. I know this is not as risky as you guys would like. You guys probably want me to just freestyle airbrush this with no fucking blue tack, and that's cool. I hear ya, but I'm not gonna ruin this model after 4 hours of painting. Punch, that's for the lie. That was nothing like teleportation. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Did I claim that this is gonna be like teleportation? Is that what you're upset about? A drop of thinner. White. Plate with this. Asian Viking, what's going on, man? What lie? What did I lie about? Right, a little bit more white. Almost there, kids. I want to go quite bright with the white. I understand what I lied about. One more drop of the drippity droop. Looks like right now. Backflow. Right. Last little bit. This is probably going to be close to the end of my last step here because I'm drunk enough at this point that I feel like any more painting and I'm not going to be very effective. You guys will see our final result here. Went really bright. Go. For me, or in general. I'm not going to Adepticon. But they might be out by then. And who knows if they'll be allowed. Ah, okay. See, okay. Last little touch. Basically almost pure white. There we go. All right, so now what I'm gonna do is I am, but I'm not going. It's in March. I don't have a 40k army. I haven't played in like a trillion years, and also traveling the States right now is still a huge pain in the ass. So until they get rid of the PCR test requirements. Also, I'm not working, which is also a thing, so I probably shouldn't be spending money on traveling for 40k. Many reasons not to go. All right, there's the airbrushing done. Give it a sec to dry before I pull the putty off. I forget that part, Asian Viking, because it's been a while since I think I read Tale of Horus right when it came out, and I can't remember when that was, and I definitely don't remember enough to read to write a quote from it. All right, let's see. So, quick trick. You guys ever want to dry something? Just use your airbrush. Basically a blow dryer. Just don't make sure there's no paint in it. And hold it far back enough that it doesn't spider the paint. So you don't want to go too close. Like this. Now the ground reveal. Best way to get sticky putty off is like with other sticky putty. There we go. Little airbrush magic, my friends. Obviously, I'm gonna go in and clean up like on the outsides there. And I'm probably gonna put a water slide on there. But obviously, blending that by hand, by brush, would have been like super painful. I think. That would have been like super painful to like blend that like that smooth with brush. That's why I decided to just go straight airbrush gangsta mode. But obviously you got to do that kind of the way I did it, where you got to like protect your shit. Yeah, it's one way to do it. I mean, on a single model, it's not too bad. On like a unit of Guardians, I'd probably just go full sub-assembly. And like I got a little bit of cleanup to do, but pretty happy with it overall. Kind of what I was looking for, because I wanted to match the blue face on these guys, right? Wow, guys. Okay, so it's been 4 hours and 45 minutes. That was a hell of a stream. It was the longest stream I've ever done. So thanks everyone for tuning in. I'll be back tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Happy Valentine's Day to all of you guys. It's been a slice, and I appreciate every one of you for tuning in and hanging out with me for the last 4.5 hours. So cheers.